All right, everyone, hello. Good morning. Oh, can I get a sneak peek here? Oh, I think this is gonna work. All right, we're just gonna go for it. Okay, do not be alarmed. Yeah, that's not too bad with the green screen. I like it. No, I have tights on. I don't need pants. I like it a lot. You get a little green screening right here. But otherwise, it's okay. It's a little bit big. Are those dongs on my sweater? I mean, it'd be a very, strangely shaped dong. Good sweater? We were looking it on screen and we thought it, well, actually, no, maybe it was in the Discord. We're talking about it in the Discord and I'm like, should I get this sweater? I got the sweater. I got some more sweatshirts too. Downvotes. Down with Reddit, man. Get rid of it. It's not actually super soft. It's a little scratchy. It's definitely more, sketchy. My hair looks fuzzy. I don't think that's the sweater, though. When I shrink down, it looks better. Whoa! Yeah, I mean, you can barely tell here. New layered. I don't know if that bag works, but I like the guns. Everybody had a good Wednesday night. I hate to admit it. I had to do it, though. I did a little turbo analysis last night. I just needed to know for myself. I just needed to know. And it was really interesting. It was really interesting what the results showed. It was actually really interesting. It's difficult to... I couldn't get it to work with an auto clicker with mouse. I had to use my controller. No, I'm not going to make a new video. You want to see the analysis? I'll show you the analysis. I'm not going to make a YouTube video on it. Because there's just like no... There's no interest from the moderation team to really analyze it anymore. Let me see if I can find the video. Where is it? Where the hell is it? It's such a nightmare. I just made like comparisons at 30, 60, and 120 FPS. Oddly enough, you can't really do a very good analysis over, what is it? 120 FPS. OBS doesn't record over that frame rate. That's a sweet sweater. Thank you. I uploaded it to YouTube. We'll just watch it there. So that about how the high frost edge, is that the sword and shield? All right. This is the most meta analysis you will ever get over this. And I don't know that I could do, there's nothing else I can do other than this. It's going to sound really weird. So this was 30 FPS footage, recorded at 30 FPS, project settings at 30 FPS. This right now is 60 FPS, recorded and edited at 60 FPS. Because I just want to know, like, you would think that there might be an advantage, because, like, on World, I believe there was an advantage to bowguns at higher frame rates. This is some turbo nerd energy? It's something. Did I still ever talk or play with the podcast members? I'm probably in contact with Noxella the most. And this is at 120 FPS. Literally 4 times the 81 frames of the normal fire rate. And still, exactly at 2.7 seconds. And that's it. Oops. That's my analysis. That's all there is to say about it. There's nothing else to be said. This only works with guns. Well, I mean, it depends on what it is you're trying to do. You know, in theory, if you had like a bindable Y button for elemental discharge or zero-sum discharge, it might speed it up. I really don't know. I didn't test it. I don't really care. I only care about this one specific issue, which is to say that the lowest possible input time is 81 frames or 2.7 seconds when using this gun in a speedrun. And if somebody is constantly getting 2.7 seconds, it's not saying that they're using turbo, but they have a burden of proof to show that they are not using turbo. And so far, we haven't seen it. All right, that's it. That's all I'm going to say on that. There it is. I did the work. Is it going to be sweaty stream today? I mean, it's cold, bro. Can you see play with hunting edge? No. I'm not going to play with that skill. I don't think so. I'm trying to think what I would even use it on. Heavy bowgun all mother? If I'm going to heavy bowgun all mother, I want to use the Magnum Aldo heavy bowgun. I think it's more mobile. People were saying that Kushala outdamages Magnum Aldo, but I feel like I don't really know how that's possible. Feels like they'd be the same. I mean, I guess it's got, if you're standing still and you're not... If you're standing completely still and firing at a training pull, Chameleos would be better. You like my jumper, thank you. Make a high Ninja Blade set viable? Oh, that's easily viable. I'm gonna preach to you? I don't know that I'm the guy you should be going for religion at all. Ah, that's a good idea. Oh, you know what? There's a little bit of an echo. Hold on. Yeah, if it sounds mildly cursed, there's a reason for that. There we go. It's like, man, why does it sound so cursed? I fixed it. Stun mashing stick movement actually affects stun times? I think it does, yeah. Heavy bowgun all mother. I can do that. We'll do one round. Somebody really wants to see it. Do you only have Booba layered sets? How is this booba? I mean, in the context of Monster Hunter, I mean, my character is wearing as thick of an armor set as I am. Do I have any more Copium builds to showcase to us fellow viewers? We're actually going to be doing some raw hunting, heavy bowgun. But yeah, we'll be going into Elemental Greatsword today. It looked like her skin color? You think she was naked under all those belts? Oh my god. No, it's not. There's no booba there. Actually, I think this set needs... I think I need deviation down decos. What are those called? Sniper? Might be nice to have another one. Low and fastest, low and fastest. I could probably drop one more. Oh, there we go. Alright, perfect. I always forget the wirebug command to do like the insta-guard. That's kind of a pain in the ass. I don't really know how you got a Magnum Maldo or any amiibo for MSRP Applebud, but I am happy for you. Took a year? Were you just looking constantly? That's not good. That almost works. The side hops with the heavy bowgun are actually so cool. Nobody cares about amiibos in Russia? There seems to be some strange game economies in Russia where Game Pass can only be purchased through cards in stores. That's not good. That's not really good damage either. Maybe Pierce would be better here. I have no idea. Nice. This is heavy bowgun. I mean, it's satisfying in a way. Didn't expect me to play bowgun on stream. It was a request. It's decidedly not my favorite, and you know that. The set's not even particularly min-maxed. I definitely need some more decos and a better talisman. Nice sweater, thank you. How it should be played? I don't know if I consider myself, like, super experienced in heavy bowgun. Like, I guess I'm not, like, bad. Woohoo! Oh no! Went right into it. I don't, yeah, it just feels too safe for the amount of damage that it does, that tone guy. That's exactly the issues I have with it. My spread 3. It definitely feels riskier than it did in World. This bowgun gameplay looks similar to some back in the day TA runs of Iceborne heavy bowgun spread. At least it's not scope. Oh, did I not have wire bugs or something? What's the most enjoyable ammo type? Actually, I enjoy playing the Magnum Aldo heavy bowgun more because then I'm able to use spread as well, and that's really cool. Run button again. Hard to move around. I mean, but that's fair. I guess I could probably get poison out. Using Wyvern Snipe? I mean, it was okay damage. I mean, for a wake up. Not bad. Might actually get the down. No, that was lame. Not good. Alright. I mean, this final phase is scary, so that's fun. Did I bring paralysis ammo? I believe in my ability to get one more down. A ball gun? Does a random Elder Dragon appear to be written for this quest? Elder Dragon or Magnum Ball, though, shows up. Who is, like, Elder adjacent, I guess? I don't know. I feel like they could have gotten into more detail about Magnum Ball, though. Oops. Ooh. Oh no! Whoa! Never punished. Wire buglet? Yeah, that was bad. How about Guardlet? You did a little sneak. She stays iced for a really long time. Did I ever finish that poison? I don't know that I did. This is brutal because she just slowly takes less and less damage from gunning towards the end. So you just gotta, like, brute force your way through it. Dude, the wall run is so scary in this game. Holy crap, it's so bad. So it was okay. Would Pierce be better? Probably. But this is the only gun I have, so. That's how you do it with spread and normal, I guess. You were definitely too late to do a slog it, yeah? Notice there's a lot of in-game monsters give you their weakness. What do you mean? You just die every time you do this. They're gonna give us attacks though, in Sunbreak. Almost definitely. Cute sweater, thank you. It's a little baggy, but it's okay. It's a little baggy, like a little itchy. Actual fun to watch gunner weapon? I haven't made a bow yet. Not because I dislike bow, I just haven't. It is cozy. I was having a really fun time fighting Apex Rathian with this weapon. How's this looking? Good. Make the weird charge bow. When I do it, I will make a weird charge bow. It's gonna suck. Like, really, really badly. So, I couldn't find any long sleeve shirts. Use a bow as your request? I would love to fulfill your request, but we are a little bit of a ways away from using bow. I have to do arena quests. I'll do an Apex Rathian, and I'll start doing arena. How does that sound? So close. A weird charge bow narwhal run? I mean, even weird charge bow, it would still be very good. All right, this is emergency. I'm using fortify. Can I hook you up through my Capcom connections? No. No, it's almost definitely a promotion that they ran through Twitch directly. Like, I wouldn't ask Capcom, I'd have to ask Twitch. Everything that you could have gotten there, you can still technically buy separately. It's just like, it was cheaper to get it through the gift subs. I think it was like $5 or $10 cheaper. And then I get the money. So, I mean, that part of it was neat. But, I mean, it's not like there was anything like that you missed forever. Oh, her head carried me. So scary. So scary. It's easier when she's enraged. Because she does lots of, like, really telegraphed attacks. Here, she's just, like, non-stop nay-naying all over the place. Should I do that once? I promise you, I was guard pointing. I promise you I was. Promise you. I don't know why. Sometimes the sword to axe guard point is very hard to do. Not all the time, but most of the time. These quests are fun. I just wish they gave us more of them. I wasn't guard pointing that time. That was not a guard point. I just got hit by that. No, I wasn't guard pointing that time. Just double fortify, actually. What does that give us? It gives us a lot of defense. Just gonna make the quest a lot faster. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Charge blade fraud? Not a charge blade fraud. Don't go all in on the request. The only thing better than that is getting smeared by Valstrax. That's also very enjoyable. Jesus. One, two. Good job, Texas. I kind of need to charge. Well, you gotta be really careful there because it's very easy to put yourself in a situation where you just stare at her and die. It kind of reminds me of like what it must be like when people were like in pistol duels back in the day. Like don't flinch. Nope. God, that's so much damage. No, no. Just gonna do it again. What was that? Sometimes she actually aims it, and then sometimes she just, like, doesn't. Charge Blade is fun with Savage Axe? It is a fun weapon with Savage Axe, isn't it? Have they used the Dread Queen Rathian look for the Apex one? Yeah, they're pretty similar. It'd be hard to argue that they aren't. Movesets aren't identical, but definitely inspired. Look, I'm not gonna, like, not ass catch him. It's been a while. How was my New Year's? It was okay. I didn't do anything. I still have some champagne left over. I should probably drink it. How was yours? Mixed with Rise? I'm not going to drink champagne and Rise together. That sounds vile. Oh my god. What was that? What? No. All right, always be careful after she flinches in the air. She always goes again. Like you just don't know what she's gonna do. It's actually the worst. Was their body changed from being the apex? They're the big boss. Nope. Whoa. This happened because Nara and Ibushi are horny. I don't know that that's the canonical definition. The cool thing is whatever weird headcanon you want to come up with as to why they are the way they are is completely fine. Capcom doesn't really spend a lot of time getting into it, you know. The explanation for tempered monsters in World was like, I don't know, bioenergy, I guess? And that's fine. I listed them? Maybe they deserve it. Don't choke now. Oh, amazing. She looks so dead. Guys, the emergency hunts are all I ever wanted in this game. That's all I ever wanted. Nice work. I take full credit from my fortified deco. Without you, I would be nothing. That was a cool ending. It was alright. Can I add this emote? Yeah. Alright, I added it. Apexes are actually Dodo Gum. It's like some precursor to Resident Evil. Hey, there's not... Is there, like, anything anywhere that says all Capcom games live in a shared universe? Fortify is the one, yeah, after you cart, you get 10% more attack and 15% more defense. 10 Defender 9 tickets. That's pretty okay. 2 golden eggs is actually kind of helpful. I mean, that's money that I so desperately need. Well, Dragon 2 is the every Capcom game released since. Technically, we've always had Dragma. Somebody want to see Insect Glaive? Did somebody actually want to see it? Defender 9 can be used in the melding pot, yeah. I've only got a blast one. Can I make Zinogre? Zinogre Insect Glaive for Mitsu. Over Polo. How about Light Bowgun? That's not happening, I'm sorry. Good Kinsect level there. How about Weird Charge Bow? Oh, I said I was gonna do some arena, right? All right, let's do an arena. You have to do them all eventually. Yeah, we're gonna do an arena. I don't know if Arena has one player scaling. How do you even do? What do you talk to do the arena? Some cool stuff here. I will use this for light bowgun. For my light bowgun gameplay. Do I have anything else that's good? No. That's not particularly good damage. I wonder how the bash is for damage. kind of unreliable to land. Mine's had good damage. Time's ticking, streamer. I know there's wire bug skills. I don't know if they do anything. Isn't there one that like increases your damage a little bit? Apex Kulu with a Dragonator would be amazing. Even if it was just like a mini Dragonator. Wow, kind of a cool finish. I don't know what A rank was. Hopefully it was 3 minutes. You stick 'em? But like, does the Fanning Vault really increase the damage of your mine? Uh-oh. You're 5 seconds away. Well, that's upsetting. If I'd used the mines a little bit earlier. This is how it's gonna be. This is how it's gonna be. We're gonna be doing bets. All right. Proud of me despite losing. Thanks for the points. You're very welcome. I'm proud to have given them to you. Oh, shame we missed that. No. Barely planner, you got an S rank on Kulu? Let's find out. Is this good damage? Well, I think he stays on the ground longer if you slam him more, right? Didn't even have to get the other one up. Actually, was closer than I would have liked. Not even under 2. Ori, hello. Rise, Hunting Horn is brain dead? I don't know about that. You've got some moves that give you evasion. That kind of work as, like, soft parries. I think you have to get an S rank. Even I can get S rank with Hunting Horn. I think you got to get S rank for everything. R spammer? It's a good move, man. Meowcenaries. I'm never, like, not gonna spam perform. You need melee for the damage? I think just smarter, like, mines is probably the way to go. The Dirty Baron? That's my name? Yeah, I mean, I would say even just, like, learning the openings for when you can Earthshaker safely is kind of an interesting bit of tech. Should have windmilled strike that. Not a huge fan of fighting next to this ledge, but whatever. Am I gonna have to sharpen? Probably not. That was not good damage. It's gotta be so close. I don't know what S rank was. I'm assuming it was like 3 minutes. that the meta now? Shield and a Reaper? It's a pretty standard combo. That or lateral slash or drill slash and a Reaper are your standard combos. But I've got poison, yeah. S rank. Easy S rank. Twitch ad you got said, had a disclaimer, said gaming is not a substitute for medical school. It said surgeons who game make 30% less errors. What? Nice work, thank you. Some neckbeard is going to watch that and start cutting people? I mean, apparently, if gamers make good doctors. That is a very good sword and shield. With a very good armor set. Holy crap. Oh. This is dumpy. I hate it. That's like SAD spam. Let's go sword and shield again. Use the bomb badgie? No. I don't hate the player, hate the game, man. Switch into game wall and surgery? Probably not very advisable. Oops. Morning, Direct Assault. It's weird how, like, their roar doesn't come from their head. It comes from, like, their ass. I could actually die here. Wasting time, streamer. I don't know if this is good damage or not. This is like acceptable. I'm a little scared about that ice. That seems like that's probably an S rank. I don't know. Sub 4 minutes. Where's the back hop dodges? I should have probably at least gone for some. Or like used my shield. Oops. Was master rank Lunastra? No, Lunastra was in high rank. I'm as surprised as you guys are. Hooray! Still waiting for neutral back hop? You gotta be real good at it. Oh, this is a good one. This is a classic. Rage Slashlet? Dude, it's so fun. Should have probably done the adamant slash. Almost got it. That would have been the end of me, by the way. I would have been dead. Well, I've done better, but I guess I've done worse too. Trade God? It's amazing. Guess I should probably be like comboing more to get into Rage Slash more, or using Adamant Slash more. Oh, if I hit that, it would have been so good. I just need like a 1 point of focus. Need some lanterns? Yeah. We'll just slam them. We're almost at the 5-minute mark. I wonder what the timer is. I don't think that's it. I don't know what that is. Anyone looking for paid Twitch-related work? I'm starting a new project. Send me a DM for details. Do you need, like, are you looking to advertise? Is that a scam? This is a hard one. Doubters? DM him? I mean, I've got a business-related email. Next one for sure. There's a new mod. I'm scared to use mods. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna chill a little bit before I use a mod. Rage slash is not good use on focus. I think 1 point is acceptable. Oh no. Alright, we've got wire bugs. We're okay. Time that better. This is feeling quite a bit better. Wait, why did you ban? I missed it, Amatsu. How do you know it was a scam? I mean, it was probably a scam. Oh. Oh god, no. Oh, they never responded? Oh, you just banned them anyways? It's probably a scam. Oh no. Oh wait, hold on, I'm safe because of the wire. As long as he doesn't beam me, I should be safe. Oh, never punished. I'm coping so extremely hard with some of these attacks. Oh, the tackle killed him! Oh, I think we got it, right? It's sub 430. Oh, Rage Slash, yeah, is a full 360-degree rotation. This is going by a lot faster. That's an S? Dude, it wasn't that bad. Don't bully me. I mean, it wasn't great, but it wasn't, like, horrible. I think, like, the fastest speedruns on it, 9 minutes? Jesus. Water, water, thunder. That Mind's Eye would be really nice against that Bizarrios. What type of bug does it have? Dual color defense? We're going with this one. Charge Blade, pretty please. I play a lot of Charge Blade. I almost never play Insect Blade. Oh. No way. Oh, this is easy as hell. I remember doing this one. It's just like a normal quest. Just finish in 9 minutes. Oh, I wonder if you could have eaten in the tent. That would help a little bit with stamina. Oh, were people actually messaging the scammer guy? Do not engage the scammer. Anyone looking for paid Twitch work? I don't know how that damage is. I mean, I guess it's not bad. Ass Cutchum rides again! I don't have dogs, so... Paid surgery work? I would trust your surgery over whatever the hell it was that guy was trying to scam people with. I know this is like the most exciting gameplay you guys have ever seen. Insect Glaive and Pokemon? It's pretty cool, right? Oh, shoot. Yo, is it one death and done? I think it might be. Did you know the best time to wear a sweater is all the time? Not 100% true. It gets very, very hot where I live sometimes. So we got like 3 minutes to kill this Basil? Give or take? I think it was 9 minutes. Imagine if Monster Hunter has hardcore mode with permadeath. I think a roguelike mode could be neat. Wow, those extracts wore out the absolute worst time possible. I need better aim. There we go. Alright. Easily done. Think we'll get Monster Hunter the movie, the game? We technically did, but it was taken away from us forever. Those things are just made of paper. My points! Sorry, doubters. Yeah, you won a couple. Easily done. So now we gotta make that helmet. Technically, we gotta do more. I thought that was gonna take a lot longer. That really did not take a lot of time. Hold on. I think I'm gonna need to start getting fish. Pop fish? Oh yeah, yeah, we're getting close. I'm gonna pay you? Noxella probably went to sleep. Going for your feel like cannon build now? Any more tips for beginning heavy bowgun players? Don't use it in multiplayer. Please! Don't do it! Oh, it looks like it paid. Did it pay out? I don't even see the bet anymore. I think it's bugged. I think I skipped an arena quest. I mean, maybe I didn't unlock it. I don't know. I mean, it's there. We are going to have to do more Rajang. What's a nice Rampage weapon build? It's hard to beat Sharpness 1, Attack Boost. And then for the Surge, it doesn't really matter. It depends on your build and your decos, your talismans. Remember there being a Flooded Forest one? Maybe I need to unlock Arzuros. I don't think I fought high rank Arzuros yet. Roblox YouTuber. Dude, I am a Minecraft YouTuber. Let's do Rajang with other weapons. I'm going to start a new bet, and then I'm going to cancel it, because it looks bugged to me. Dude, it's like bugged. I blame Noxel. Oh, here we go. Here we go. I did refresh the page. Just up 3 on PC. Do you guys have any tips for 3U? I mean, Blast is very powerful, but I'm not sure if that's the tip that you want. What sort of... I guess, what sort of advice are you looking for? I look lovely with that sweater. Thank you. You can feed your Shakalaka companions meat to level them up faster. Having a lance is very nice for underwater stuff. Oh yeah, is he using gun lance? It's worth going out of your way to make that gun lance. That thing is so good. My micro kunai. I really like the way these dual blades look, actually. The axes. Very stylish. Basil dual blades or Anja? I mean, those are different things. One's blast, one's fire. Apparently, there's some interesting setups with Anja with Bludgeoner, but I can't say that I've really looked into it. At endgame, do you still eat for elemental resistances? It's always nice for fire or thunder resistance, because those can be really annoying. Like, whenever I fight Narwa, I pretty much always eat for thunder resistance, just to help tank through a lot of her attacks. I should really be doing six-fold strike here. Well, that was a kind of a weird hitbox. These are the Arzuros dual blades, yeah. They give them to you. You have to use them if you use dual blades in this quest. Oh, I could die here. That was a stylish finish. 430? Hey. Do you have 3.0 tips video on my YouTube? Dude, you gotta scroll all the way back. But yeah, I've got videos for around then, for sure. Ajax, hello. I mean, the videos were made around 2013. So, they're gonna have the production quality of 2013. So keep that in mind. Don't laugh at that. That's not a Keck W. Hey, at least I was making stuff, okay? That's actually kind of a handy, that's not bad for Mega Potions. For you Gunlance videos is how you found me. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed it. The Arzuros weapon's doing poison damage? Maybe he's got, like, toxic farts or something? I don't know. That's Goblin era? I think we live in peak Goblin era, but... Usable? Razor Sharp 2 Recovery 2 Talisman yesterday, good? For some weapons, yeah, Max Razor Sharp could be okay. Like, normally Master's Touch would be better, but obviously if you've got a good Razor Sharp Talisman, I mean, that's okay. Definitely usable. The Tri-LP was good times, for sure. We are going to use some of these tickets because we've got so many. We're not going to use any of those tickets. Getting blasted in the Teamwork Cast era? I didn't really drink much during Teamwork Cast. I drank a lot during the Monster Hunter podcast. I'll admit it. Not proud of it. But yeah, I try not to drink as much anymore. Well done, podcast? Yeah, no, I got really blasted on that one. I was like shooting... I was like goofing around shooting what? Like normal 2s at Alatrion's head, getting people really angry. I mean, those guys didn't care. But I thought it would be funny, and I guess it was funny to me. I don't want to use any of those Defender 5 tickets because, like, you rarely get them. I don't want to touch that. $75, $35. There we go. Still my least favorite part of the game, guys. This right here. Not a fan. You got kind of large? Congratulations, Turnip. That's exciting. Why does Ibushi, like, Ibushi stuff should count for more? It's very strange that it doesn't. Would you rather get charm after every quest like World? Absolutely. Just give us, like, 3 charms after each quest. And then only have, like, the mystery meld. And that would be perfect. You have no clue what's happening here? I mean, even I know what's happening. I don't like it. What's your fast way to make money in Rise? You become poor? So there's some videos. I don't know if I ever made one. You want to do mining in the forest? Here, I'll do like a quick run just to show you what's going on. I love Turnip too. What a coincidence. Alright, so let's get all of our ores to, like, kind of like an even level. I'll show you how much money I make. $20 in all those. Alright, good enough. Alright, so, like, we're like, what is it? 1.3 million? So 1.3 million. So we're going to go to the flooded forest when it's got a mining outcrop from the upsurge. What charge blade should you be working towards? A very good progression charge blade is Volvidon. If you're really good and really confident, Nargacuga will be more damage if you're using Savage Axe. Otherwise, Rajang will be better for SAED. But Volvidon is always fun to use. And then beyond that, beyond everything, there are certain matchups where Elemental Charge Blade feels like the right call. Forest better than Lava Caverns? I think so, yeah. It's very concentrated in the amount of stuff that you get. You can just mod money? Well, yeah, I mean, if you could cheat, sure. But some people don't want to cheat in their game. Never seen that cavern? Well, that's actually one of the better ones. That's like a very important cavern to go to. It's got 2 mining spots. One rare one, too. This is not on the route, but I need this to finish a thing. So hold on, we're going to get that. There we go. Thank you for teaching how to become a rich person. Yo, who was the person? You guys were ragging on me for being rich in the other stream that said, thank you for showing me things that I didn't know was possible. I'm not rich. That hurt me. Bougie streamer. I mean, bougie in this game. How many sofas? Like 5.5, maybe 6. We bought all but one of them. I know that apparently makes you really rich. You have one and it's small. You have half a couch? Like cut in half? Is your ironing board made of gold? No. I do have 2 living rooms. Well, do you count a finished basement as a living room? Because then it's like 3. And do you count a sunroom as a living room? So then it's 4. That's it. Only 1 oven. Well, I have an oven, I have an air fryer. You have a couch that was a hand-me-down and it's a bed? Like a fold-out bed? All right, so we were at 1.3 million, give or take. Now we are at 1.4 million. So it was about 100,000 in 3 minutes. Amazing work being on time today. Nice sweater too. Thank you so much, Soccer Mom. I thought I was broke yesterday. So I set up the Steam Link in my basement. I was normally playing the Switch, but that wasn't doing me a lot of good. So I set up the Steam Link with my Joy-Cons. And I did some walking on the treadmill. That was really great. And I did some mining too. Oh, and I own my home? I mean, I've got a mortgage on my home. I don't own it yet. Technically, the bank owns it. Somebody wanted to see Lance earlier. I feel really bad. How well does Steam stuff work with Joy-Cons? Using the Mayflash adapter, it works, like, pretty easily. It works just like, you know, you would expect any other controller work. I didn't have any issues with it on the Steam Link. Yeah, so I did some mining, and then I did some rampages. And, like, I was tweaking out because, like, on that setup, like, I don't have a keyboard. So I was just, like, spamming stickers wildly as I was trying to get the guy to, like, hurry up and ready. I was, like, tweaking out so bad. This is not good. Newest World, about 2 hours. Do you think you can solo Safi with a light break weapon? Not in one run. Eventually. Safi is 100% absolutely a way better fight in a lobby. I'm doing awful damage. I don't think we're gonna get this one, guys. You can... I don't know if you can natively pair Joy-Cons with the Steam Link itself. I just don't know the answer to that. But definitely in my specific use case, I mean, it definitely was worth it just for the convenience of just, like, having it work. The only thing I need to do is I think I want to get, like, a separate, like, Joy-Con only charger. Because it's going to be kind of annoying charging it in the Switch and then having to repair it every time. Probably will. Not what we want. I don't know, we're gonna get S rank here. The only reason I like Joy-Cons is because when you're on the treadmill, it like completely frees you up ergonomically. Like if you're only going to be on there for 20 minutes, a normal controller is fine, but I usually walk for like 2 hours. That's a lot of time to be like holding your hands in front of you while you're walking. It just feels weird on the shoulders. You do not treadmill while gaming? It's really nice. Nice jumper, thank you. Like, it's a good way to get cardio in. Because your mind is distracted from the horrible realization that you're doing cardio. Have any of the games ever had a flooded area for water mud monsters? Yeah, Monster Hunter 3 Ultimate did. I mean, it appears to be the same map that's in this game. Yeah, I mean, I really recommend it. Bad Seamus. You play handheld to walk, but you have to wait till after sunset to do sun glare? Oh, yeah. I mean, get some blackout curtains. Small size of Joy-Cons leads to more wrist pain? I mean, I've got little hands. I mean, they're not, like, really little. But they're, like, not massive meat paws. Is this not where I get the coin? You have that kind of concentration to walk and play games at the same time. You get used to it pretty quickly. It's like riding a bike. They definitely look really tiny with the sweater. They absolutely do. Tiny hands streamer, little hands. Yeah, I know. You should set up your PC half decently to be on the treadmill? Do they still sell Steam Links? I thought they, like, stopped selling them. It doesn't work well on a Fire TV. Doesn't look like they sell it anymore. Does anyone know? It also works well on the iPad. Can I even hold an original Xbox controller? I've played on the original Xbox before. All I'm going to say is they don't work on... So we are missing 2 arenas. Okay, I think I have to kill Arzros. It's software, but it's like what hardware is most compatible with it? Does anyone know? It works great on iPad. I can say that much. Lance looks so weak. It's still gonna look weak, but... What is he weak to? Fire? We should be able to make a Fire Lance set, shouldn't we? I tried so hard to love the Steam controller and I could never do it. There were too many parts of it that felt really cheap. I have so many Apicem scripts. Should I wait until I have my full lipo gun build ready before using it? Nah, it's okay not to have it fully maxed out. There's no law. You're not gonna get in trouble. I'm not gonna get you in trouble. Nobody's gonna yell at you. The fact that you're even thinking about having a build means that even if you're like hopping online to help people out, means that you're doing a good thing. get white? Yeah, with 2. Perfect. Sweater looks clean. Am I still pantsless? Yeah, I'm not wearing any pants. Well, I'm wearing tights. So, I mean, up to you to decide how much. Miss your one-hit tenderized spin to win move on duels? That's like a rare statement. Missing that move. But I mean, cool. Do I even need that much? 25? 55, 85? Yeah, I don't want more. What percentage of reason for wearing tights is to show off the gen? It's actually not a very high percentage. She doesn't even comment them on them anymore. I wear them because they're comfy and warm. Only 3 blaze? Feels bad. Well. How much does Dango booster buff damage? I think it's 10 true raw. Let me double check. It's either 10 or 7. I've got a spreadsheet that has it. Somebody's going to say in chat, actually, streamer, it's this much damage. Booster is 9. I look noticeably fitter than my world days. I mean, you just get a little bit extra time. And I'm not filled with the soul-crushing despair of working a 9-to-5 office job. I mean, they'll probably just meal. Well, they'll probably be the equivalent of dongos in Sunbreak. But they'll probably feed you something different. Should quit your job? I just don't know how human society got itself to the point where rather than like living in like little huts and like hunting and scavenging, we stuff ourselves into cubicles and just sit there. I mean, even a 4-day work week would be okay. The 5-day work week is just awful. Society is slavery? I mean, certain societies definitely way more than others. I want to scavenge? I'd be happy scavenging. Hunting and scavenging? Sure. Yeah. No! I wonder if you can get out counters enough to actually counter that whole sequence. This poor little man. Hard to land that, huh? There we go. Do I like Spiral Thrust? Nope. No doubt it's the better, well, more damage move. Stop sleeping. I'm coming for you! Oh, I wish I had dash juice so badly. You wouldn't start Rise before you finish a large task for work, but now you're just playing World in your spare time anyways? Break it up into small tasks and just do one a day. Shield charge is also probably better than the spear charge, but the spear charge is just so nice for mobility. Like for the playstyle I generally like having more mobility. In some cases, the mobility is inconsequential. Like for dual blades, feral mode, it's just so much more damage. You're not even that much less mobile. So for that one, I'd go feral demon. A lot of times when you find that you break up the project into small tasks and you just do like a little bit at a time, you end up just getting started and just get it all done anyways. The hardest part is just getting started. I think Rise Lance is neat. This is technically not the Slap Lance, even though we're doing quite a bit of slapping with it. Zero Survivor, everything in this game is up to date as of November on the Rise version, or Switch version, which is to say that yes, they are both in the game. I think it's 3.1. You're welcome. They allegedly, and I don't know what the citation from this is, allegedly they're going to be up to date with each other by the end of February? I don't know. That seems really quick if you ask me, but I guess maybe if we get a couple event quests per week. Drill slash? Yeah, that's pretty good. Jono confirmed it. Oh, that's good. How do I unlock the other one? Maybe Barriath will give me the thing I need? I have no idea. I'm going to use this, but I'm not going to like it. When Jono stream, I'll message him today. I'll message him today and I'll be like, Jono, when do you want to stream? I promise you I'll do it. Think I could swap back to the Switch? We'll actually probably be playing the Switch tonight. There's some new gear actually being added to the game. Do it right now before I forget. I won't forget. This is it! Please! Acceptable. Not great, but acceptable. That was okay damage. Oh! Yes! Switch and PC get updates at the same time. They're going to get up by March 1st. March 1st, they will be getting updates at the exact same time. Oh, come on. Think I get an 80 out? What if I just do that? Your tail sucks. Do the jump thing. Oh, this is interesting. It has the, so rude. Oh, I gotta be careful here. Still gotta be careful here. What was the time on this one? I think I got it. Capcom's channel says USJ stuff is the 21st. I promise you it's today. It depends on your time zone. Don't get me started on time zones. Thank you. I'm trying to be a EU-friendly streamer. And I think I do a good job. I'm very respectful of the EU.
What time zone? Directly under my nuts.
Silkbind block
Right
made Charge Blade way
under my
too easy.
nuts
It made
is where
SAD
time
spam
zone
really
is.
dumb.
Look at it.
You are? It's awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm gonna kick that 6-year-old's ass.
I know all the important release dates as a shareholder. That's not true. All I know is I watched Moon Moon, and he said at one point he's pretty sure he burned every bridge with people from the EU.
Hours.
And that kind of made me laugh. It's not right, but it did make me laugh a little bit.
4 hours.
I guess he's not kind to Europeans. I don't know why. You guys have the best food for the most part. EU, more like ew. I'm the best Monster Hunter streamer? Thank you. Just like me with Asia? I mean, basically anywhere that's not the US, unless you want something deep fried and greasy and possibly previously frozen. Do we know the skills from the set already? Don't list me! I don't know them. I don't want to know. We'll do one more fight with Lance. We're going to fight Camelios. We're going to find out in like 7 hours. Don't do it. That's the hardest part. It's my struggle as a content creator. People are just like, oh, Streamer uses all the skills on it. Goddamn leakers. Yeah, I don't know. Well, the only reason people might have thought World would get a second DLC is because A, it sold so well, and B, you know, I mean, you're not new, you know, if you're relatively new to the Monster Hunter series, like, you might just think that that would be, like, a thing. Love the sweater? Thanks, man. We're gonna do the advanced quest. We're gonna do Lance for Chameleos, and then we'll switch to something else for Rajang. Yeah, so it's unlikely. The closest thing we've ever gotten was a release like Monster Hunter Portable 3rd. And then same thing with 2nd gen Monster Hunter, which got DOS, Freedom 2, and Freedom Unite. So sometimes the Portable series like tweaks things a little bit, but I don't think it's going to happen this time. There's a cave here? Yeah, it's the fastest way to get up to here, I think. Although maybe the tent would have been okay, too. Do you think Microsoft will scoop this up for Game Pass? I mean, this game's not coming out on Xbox. I always forget that that attack is actually an attack, because it just looks like a wiggle. Why am I dying? Oh, it's an advanced quest. That's my bad. Yeah, things hit really hard here. I'm dead because things hit really hard in advance. Like it's an actual challenge. I was like, man, that's like, where'd all my life go? Like, I had life. Is the DLC coming in June? June at the earliest? Kind of love the sweater. Thanks, man. I wore it just for you. Definitely more afraid of Chameleos than I am Rajang. Streamer just forgot. Yep. How have you been, Gremlinet? I feel like it's been a little while. I hope you've been doing well. That hit anything? Oh, I hit a froggy. When am I gonna get the topple? Okay, I did block it. What the hell? Miguel, was that you? I remembered! It's an attack. Lance? Somebody was asking for some Lance gameplay. I'm like, I don't mind it. Especially if the quest is hard enough. Like, it's still, like, kind of a challenge. Without any guard, you do take, like, quite a bit of chip damage, actually. At least on this guy. Should I go Elemental for Charge Blade? Depends on your playstyle. Do you like doing lots of SAEDs? You want to do Savage Axe? What monster are you planning to fight? You could go Narga, Kuga, and Rajang and never have to make another Charge Blade again. Or you can make Element and sometimes deal more damage. Is Lance or Gun Lance stronger? Lance is going to get you faster times in most situations. It's not to say Gun Lance is super weak, it's just... For some reason, they kind of nerfed shelling damage in this game, and I don't really know why. Why are you using Lance without Guard? Guard Rage? Yeah, if you use Guard on Lance, it actually makes your Guard Rage less potent. Not to say Gun Lance is weak, but Gun Lance is weak. You can still get fine times with it. You're just not going to get, like, the fastest times ever. Looks like someone's going to need to go for Spirit Bugs? How dare you? I don't know, I just find that normal blocking with Lance is like generally enough without any guard. And yeah, I should probably try insta-block. I just haven't practiced it yet. Maybe I'll do that tonight. There. He's got to be getting close. There we go. Oh. Streamer cheating confirmed. He knows. I mean, I just know I've been wailing on him for a while. Wow. He went from alive to dead so quickly. Kirinico database for Rise is bad. No info's what part of it. Why? Why is Texture Life better? I don't know, maybe Kirinico's just not as invested in it as he used to be. Rise Grammary, thank you. Where in the world do you get Fusium ore? You have to go into the flooded forest, the desert area, sandy plains, or the volcano. In high rank. I don't know. Kirinico used to be a really great resource for weapons in Monster Hunter World, but they switched the layout with Iceborne, and I don't like it. We'll use Charge Blade. Charge Blade is fun. Yeah, just get yourself one of those mining upsurges, and you'll be like raking it in. Like, you should have a gathering set anyways. You can just do the Fire Lantern Gathering Quest in Village 1 star to cycle. Hey, Roger. Bye, Roger. We tried the Hop, Shield Charge, Rotation, and Lance. Oh, shoot. He wasn't even. He didn't see me. Yeah, I mean, you know, Lance is all about how you use its kit for mobility. I mean, there's all sorts of little tricks. How much money do I need to craft every weapon in the game? Depends how many weapons. Like, every weapon? I wouldn't be surprised if it was like 30 million. What's a good weapon for a beginner? I'd use Greatsword. Or sorry, not Greatsword. Well, Greatsword's not bad either. Hammer. Oh, so nice. Less nice. Texas, no! God, this 1 point of evade extender is so nice to have. It's like all you need. I guess that wasn't. Woo! I don't even understand, like, what route he takes. Like, I guess he gets to use the special cave and I don't. It's too confusing. Not good. What charge blade is this? This is the Kushala charge blade. Get out of the way, Jagras! So, shield buff does make you deal more damage with your Savage Axe. But if you're, like, in a combo, like, it doesn't make sense to stop your combo to get the buff. Baited! Slugger 2, Bludgeoning 2, and 2 level 1 slot. Yeah, that works pretty good. That's going to be a lot of fun. Get yourself some Wirebug Whisperer. This is a fun quest. The advanced quests are actually really great. I like them. Well played. I mean, imagine if I just got smeared. I already carded twice. Hey, Chameleon's Gem. Add to the collection. Hunter rank 230. That's like too high. What traits do you want in the set? Gathering set? I'll show you. I might have to get out of the way. So, the absolute most important thing to have on here is Geologist. I'm higher than your Switch character? Hell yeah. Monster Hunter Snap? I don't like the photography too much. So Geologist 3 is required. The next thing that you probably want... Wall Runner 2? Maybe Wirebug Whisperer 3. Then Evade Extender, then Stamina Surge, then Marathon Runner. Botanist doesn't really matter unless you actually decide to pick up other stuff like wandering around. If I really wanted to hypercharge this, I could put earplugs. Sometimes you run by a monster and they roar at you. This isn't even that good of a weapon to use on it. Like, I have... I think the Arachnoblade has more level 1 slots. I don't know. Are there any weapons that have 2 level 2 slots? I honestly don't know. But sometimes I use it to kill monsters too, so I like the Chef's Knife for that. Oh, yeah. No, it's better than the Rathian one. Ever built a gathering set before? It's worth doing it. I mean, it's not hard. Like, you can make the Kimura chest pretty easily. This thing isn't even maxed out. You like my sweater? Hey, thanks. Quartus Gram Dual Blades any good? There was a point early on they were, like, viable, but I think they fall pretty far behind a lot of other things now. I wouldn't go out of your way to make it. We're going to fight Almudron. Is Elemental Switch exit worth over regular? Yeah. Elemental File over Power File? Depends on your playstyle. But it's definitely worth, like, thinking about using. This needs to be upgraded. This whole set needs to be reevaluated. I've not used this in a long time. Will this ever get white? it gets white on 3, I might use it. Nope. She. Still can't get over Logami Gauntlets being good. Dude, they're incredibly good. It's like insanely good. That looks reasonable. We might use that. Death Stench Hammer with 2 level 2. Might be worth making for the Gathering set. Not necessary. But interesting. See here. Question is if I want Slugger. I feel like it's like so unnecessary. But 2 points of Slugger would definitely be noticeable. The set doesn't really need any sharpness skills. Especially if I throw, if I do Hard Basher instead. Slugger skill and Dongo Slug worth stacking? Yeah, you know what? The funny thing is I don't think I've even unlocked the Slugger thing. It's really bad. But I mean, why not, right? Pretty sure they scale. 40, 70. I get 2 points of grinder. That's good enough. I think it's a night quest. Do I want to do an egg room? That's okay. Maybe tonight though. I think Slugger is 10%. The feline, the Dongo skill. So it'd be 20, 30, plus another 10. I don't know if it's additive or multiplicative. Probably just additive. Depends on probably how many Shoryugekis you land, Starpog. And the first one's nearly immediately anyways. Can you wirefall with a bug in your, with an egg in your hands? Huge if true. You bought this game by selling all of your CSGO skins? Is that like viable side money for people that want it or need it? Can't wirefall, but you can wire dash. Oh, I see. So you wire dash coming out of the air. Fascinating. There was that weird dude in the stream yesterday that was like just like begging for a copy. That was kind of awkward. Yeah, he does that twice. That was very awkward. Like, I feel bad for you, bro. I mean, whoever it was. The thing is, like, you just, like, it's hard to just trust, like, random strangers on the internet with stuff like that anyways. Could have just as easily been selling, you know, the code, right? Oh, look at that back hop. Did I give him a copy? I did not give him a copy. It's kind of hard getting the Shoryugeki off on his head. Maybe Slicker was a bad idea. I don't know. I should really be going for the mud ball. That was kind of an awkward hitbox. Unfortunate. Is it a mud ball? I'm pretty sure it's a mud ball. The mods removed your message? I didn't do it. Don't look at me. No one removed the message? You're being targeted. We just don't want to get any FCC violations from CSGO gambling websites. Can you post a link? It's family friendly. If it's a Twitch link, you're a subscriber. You can post whatever you want. It's about goddamn time. Beast Punch, I'm on Chupacabra now? Really? I like how that will like catch you. I want to break your ass. What? Oh, way too early. Well, because he's slow. Am I repeating myself? Sleeping anyways. The link when it's up? Yeah, it's no problem. I mean, you can post it in the Discord too. I don't know why I even care about the tail. I don't know why. I've got emotions regarding this thing. Surely we'll cut it now. I think that counts. This part must count. Damn it. I broke everything else. Mr. Cat, hello. But with a final point in stamina surge in my gathering set, I don't think there's anything else I need. Like, I don't even need anything. You like my sweater? Thank you. I've gotten a lot of comments on it today. Oh, I did cut it. Oh my god. What the dream. Perfect. Go annoy Basil. Schlopped. I like that name. Feeling sloppy. Popped in to see how this game looked. Played World and wonder if multiplayer's still in. Yep. Want to play with your partner? You got them started on World? Yeah, no multiplayer's in it. It's actually a little bit easier to get into and out of compared to Monster Hunter World. So assuming you guys are having a great time in World, multiplayer is great in this game too. You know, the only difference is, you know, there's not as much content as there in World and Iceborne combined. But the combat's real fun. Have I gotten far in Final Fantasy XIV? I've gotten to Heaven's Sword. That's it. Don't judge me. Someday. Someday I'll probably play it. The hell was it? Refresh? Did I miss 16% lobbies? It was a lot better for streamers. In my opinion. Made it a lot easier to have like a big party. Final Fantasy 14 makes you mad your friends don't have time to play anything else? Hey, at least they've got content, right? I think I want to make a water charge blade. We haven't made a water charge blade yet. Do my best Khezu imitation. I'll do my best Khezu music and imitation. Spot on, right? I think I want Mitsu. Mitsu scale. Mitsu claw. You're the one that asked for it. Don't get mad at me. See a few. Let us do Village Mitsu. Is this the streamer who could sing the Khezu theme? Yeah. You heard it here first. So we gotta break his claws. That's fine. Why did I do Kezu? Because we're talking about Kezu. Is an overall general dual blades weapon I can craft to use on any monster? I think Tigrex dual blades come out ahead of Nargacuga, but Nargacuga are still very good. I'm 27 years old this year. I think with the Tigrex ones, though, you gotta go... See this ore tree? You see how it's got Silkbind boost? It's behind my head. Take Silkbind boost and you drop it down. Although Narga, I'm sure, come very close. Probably easier to build Narga to start, honestly. You don't believe for a second I'm 27 years old? I know. I look young for my age. But I am actually 27. I think the dropping down the rampage skills is really neat. That was a cool realization. Thought I was 14. Yeah. I have no experience playing Monster Hunter. Which weapon do you recommend which is fun yet does damage? If you're learning the game, I always recommend Hammer. It'll teach you good habits. You'll get KOs on the monster. Does good damage. I'm 3 9-year-olds in a trench coat. God, you wouldn't want to be the middle kid in that arrangement. Am I serious? There's no way you're not in your 30s? You're halfway to believing, and that's all that matters. Thought I was 32? I'll take it. How do you get Defender Ticket 9? There are rampages that are like red 7 stars. There's also some event quests that you can do. Like the emergency monsters will drop it. Like emergency Apex Rathian drops like 10 Defender 9 tickets. So like that's a way of getting them. I prestiged my life. This is my second one. Dude, how sweet would it be if at the end of your life, you just got a prestige and you keep coming back with like cooler and cooler powers? Wire element better for dual blades? Depends on the matchup. Depends how good you are at sticking entirely on the head. 5-second video? I gotta be careful, Dane, when I click links on stream. But post it in the Discord and I will look at it. What am I trying to make again? Mitsu something. At Mitsu, what the hell was it? Charge blade. The sparks are flying out of my brain. We'll add it to the wish list. I got our claws. All right. All right. Old Yarnum, I mean, you know, you'll have 5 months to enjoy the game again. Like, how much did you play it on the Switch? I will check it, Thane. I promise you. I'm in my Discord all the time when I'm not streaming. That's how I spend my days. Let's do this. Water. So it's like really, it's like a rowlet. I want to redo this set. Am I addicted to streaming, Discord, and beans? I wouldn't say I really have an addiction to anything. Very, very blessed. But I like beans. Grinder. Is this playable on mouse and keyboard? You're gonna have to do some like rebinding for sure. But it's not, you know, it's not the worst thing in the world. Tenderizer. Critical. Tenderizer. That leaves room for 2 rapid morphs. Recommended hammer for HR 4. Is that like you just got into high rank? Honestly, the ore hammer looks fine. For one brief shining moment in time, the Remobra hammer is okay, but I feel like that might be a waste of your time. Azuchi hammer is actually really good. Just use Azuchi to start, and then eventually you're going to upgrade to Nargacuga. Probably. Azuchi and then Nargacuga. Why is mouse and keyboard more responsive than controller? I don't know that it is. I've never had an issue. They request a little lick. No. I don't know what the hell am I doing. Stop. Stop it. Let me out of here. Rapid morph. I don't have any input delay on my controller. But I mean, I don't know. I mean, everyone's got different setups, I guess. Yeah, Rapid Morph 2 is fine. Where'd I get that hideous sweater? You're the only person that hasn't liked it. It's a bold, bold statement. What do decorations do to a weapon? I mean, they don't do anything on their own necessarily. But they give you armor skills. It looks great. Is it themed at all? No, it's just got design down below. I can show it. Similar design on the bottom as it is up top. You ironically like my sweater. You like when people think pugs are cute? Hey, thanks. Did I slow the sweater with Acnesaw mats? Dude, that would have been dope. Having a level 2 slot on a weapon is actually really, really helpful for a lot of builds in this game. Oh, well. Worst time. Be able to get one rapid morph here. It's a shame I didn't get the latch on, but whatever. I'm schmoving here. Oh god. Wire bug helping. Not dead? I thought he would be dead. And dunked. Shame I'm missing this in Rage, but whatever. Dude, you gonna do anything? He just like totally whipped. Oh my god! Oh, that was so good! I need his claws, so I kind of need to go for the claws. What am I using to get consistent sleeps like that? Once you beat the game, you unlock a buddy weapon blueprint that gives them weapons with pretty high sleep values. Me Too was so stressful it made you stop playing. Oh, that's not good. Me Too is extremely aggressive, but generally does a pretty good job of telegraphing his attacks. I'm gonna fight fully charged up Zinogre. What weapon are you using? Chief Wub Wub. It's kind of a funny name. I am the chief of the Wub Wubs. I seek peace with the Wub Wub Empire. The good luck skill, it's busted? Like busted as in bad? Gives you like one more reward occasionally. Longsword? Alright, I can do longsword. Why are you dead? Zinogre almost broke you? That's not good. Got 3 extra rewards from an Almadron? Maybe they did buff it. Because it was not great for me earlier. It was like an occasional 1 reward. Back to the testing mines? I mean, I'll be happy to make some testing for it. Fortunate is good luck level 1. I mean, if you run like the Nargacuga hammer or the high ninja sword, like you should actually have room in your build to fit good luck 3. You could use the Vike chest, you can use the Giratodus arms, then you just have a level 3 slot in your talisman. Or maybe you could use something else. Maybe something on the head. I think there's an armor piece that gives 2 points of it, actually. Let's check. After this hunt, we'll check. And we're going to do Mitsu with a longsword. Switch X, enjoy it while it's up. You're not dead yet. Flinches so much. Well, they'll remove the weapon. I'm just going to be switching weapons after this. That's it. Like High Ninja for KO exhaust build? Oh yeah, I mean, easy to fit Bludgeoner 3, Wirebug Whisperer 3 on the Ninja Sword. I do know that Kiriniko does appear at times to just, like, completely, like, shower you with ads. Partner brought you Legends for Christmas, hoping it's good. I'm sure it's fine. People are being like a little dramatic about it. I don't even know what I needed from that Mitsu. I've got like 1 longsword, right? Can I make this an ogre longsword? Can I make normal longsword? Nope. Can I make Rajang longsword? Yep. Is it good? I don't know. But it's what we got. Back to the mines? I mean, I'll make it all eventually anyways. 220 raw is, like, not awful. This hurts me so much. I gotta do it. That's a good tacit for it. There might actually be room for 1 point of speed sheath in here. 20, 50, 70. Perfect, actually. When you start playing, do you go through the story, then eventually pick a weapon to play on? And what's your main weapon of choice? So normally if you're like starting the game for the first time, you go through what's called the village quests. But you're never locked into a weapon, and the game is its most fun when you're switching weapons regularly. I mean, when you're learning the game for the first time, I mean, there's nothing wrong with just like sticking with one weapon and trying to get good with that. But eventually you're going to be making weapons for everything. Where's my sharp? So I could fit one quick sheath? Oh. Hold on. Might change this to the Gambi. Is there like one super busted, super efficient quick sheath armor skill in this game? Armor piece? Barith arms are actually kind of good. Chest is actually pretty good too. Chest is actually really good. I don't know that I would use the head for anything, but the chest and the arms are actually, I would say those are good value. For sure, good value. Add it to the list. Is this the Guando? No, this is the Rajang. We don't have crit boost? Hopefully we got a quick sheath stuff. We're gonna mess around with that. Oh, I don't think it's actually, hold on. This isn't actually fixed yet. Gonna be putting in our cope bolt. 1, 2, 3. Got up to 4. It's so bad. Element is not great here. How we doing on that charge blade? Why is there so much coping in the game? Oh, it's a lot of fun. Don't worry about it. I actually got everything I needed, but somebody did say they wanted to see a Mitsu. You got the HR-57, you're still at 3-star village quests? Well, you must have gotten bored. This game's actually, yeah, this game, I mean, what the hell did I just do? This game's in a really good place compared to Rise 1.0. They're the same person, Papayapple. Shepnut was Shed 13 in his cocoon state. His pupae? Like in his larval state. Yes, I am the beautiful butterfly who has emerged. Shed 13 was the beautiful butterfly. Let's see if I could get this. Without Quick Sheet 3, it might be a little bit tough. Oh. Yeah, needed Quick Sheet 3. That's not it. How are you already in rage? I barely hit you. This is longsword. Accidentally. Oops, all counters. Yeah, I mean, honestly, like, Unlucky's right. Like, I'm not even running, like, super meta sets constantly. I mean, my sets aren't bad, but... What weapons am my pet using? I can show it to you after the quest. I actually don't want to hit it right now. Don't hit it. Wide range mushroom answer set when? Dude, I hate that wide range is a 5-point skill. If it were a 3-point skill, I would actually, like, probably run it more often. Oops. Come on! Stand up! Why does my mom let me have two counters? I actually have 3. Did you forget? Oh, not that one. No. There's like the silk bind counter too. Yeah, Ear Plagues is like, outside of like a gathering set, it's just way too hard to fit in. Especially because, like, isn't it like a level 3? Why are we genociding Mitsu? Somebody wanted to see Mitsu with Longsword. Clearly you're not good at Longsword? No, you are good with Longsword. One nice trick you can do. Like, I know this might seem boring, but, like, just do it for, like, 5 minutes. Is, just practice the sheath counter. It will make you better at the weapon. It's like, it's such a powerful part of your kit that not using it is silly. Yeah, I don't even have Quick Sheath 3. I only have Quick Sheath 1. I mean, you could even use this guy to practice your evasion as well. You didn't say how you know what I'm bad at and you just knew? It's like such a valuable tool they gave everyone, and like people don't use it. But this is how you get better at the game. Like, I know it's boring. Could be boring. Yeah, Quick Sheath changes how quickly you sheath your weapon in the special sheath. We're gonna make the vary off chest and arms, and then you're gonna see it go really crazy. That's really gonna pop off. Like, just, it goes for a lot of skills, but like, just like sitting down and deliberately training one thing, just to add that one thing to your skill set is so helpful. Do bow shooting practice without gyro? I don't want to. Wow, let me know. Good job. Can I show my buddy gear now? Oh, yeah. Everything I don't like, everything you don't like you think is boring, like fun? Maybe. Miguel is using Barking Bell. I'll show you where to find it. He's using the Mizua stuff for whatever reason. I mean, the armor doesn't really matter. And Cataclysm Knell. Once you beat the game, you go to the Buddy Plaza. And it's here. It's in this thing. This is where you get the blueprint for it. What beans did I have this week? I don't think I've had any beans yet. Bow isn't even that hard to use without gyro. You just gotta increase your sensitivity. Ever learned the small barrel bomb level up for longsword? Nah, I've never practiced that. I have the bomb Shoryugeki, but... Bomb Geki? I don't know if that's what we call them or not. Grasp the gun lance. That's slightly more money? I'm going for it. Why does everyone keep going on and on about gyro in this game? You wouldn't understand. You wouldn't understand unless you held it in your hands. And then you would understand, and then you would know. It just makes the weapon more fun to play. Aimlets? It's not an aimlet. Oh my god. Every game should support it. Any game that involves aiming within any way should have it. went for the wings. That was okay damage. Alright, so I heard the counter go off, but I still got brained. That feels kind of bad. This fight actually is feeling kind of bad in general. That was a bit of a mistake. Nice sweater. Thanks, Voltron. I thought he was gonna work. It's a fun weapon. Spiral Thrust has good damage. I mean, it'll make you cry. It's like the SAAD equivalent. This will never reach. It reached! You hopped into it, you dummy. How have I been? Doing pretty good. I got a cool sweater. Just the last venue. How have you been? Never do this. Ah! We're not killing him. We have to capture him. Hey, I got a guard point for once in my life. You know how big Narga and Barioth are? I don't mind big Barioths, but I agree that Narga Kuga should be, like, a little bit smaller. Does charging before Savage Axe make a difference? Like, holding the button down? That just changes your timing. You been playing some Freedom Unite? Hell yeah. What weapon are you playing? Finish it. Make me sound like a monster. Kill her. I'm gonna have to get meaty hides. Oh, that makes me really sad. Oh yeah, I don't see any sub badges right now. Maybe Twitch just deleted all my subs. Is it the same thing on like other channels or just here? You guys want to see the egg? Egg's an element. Actually, hold on. I can't use the egg. I gotta break the arms. We'll use incinerator. It's been a while. I can't, because I gotta break the arms. You reach critical mass of subs? Understandable. Happened to another streamer as well? Thank you, Stiff Sock Water. I appreciate that. You guys are such a helpful, happy, friendly chat. The most beautiful people on this channel. Just perfect Adonises in every way. Yeah, this is a blast, Insectlave. Just like the softest, smoothest skin ever. Perfectly symmetrical. What is the fashion armor we're wearing? I could show you the layered settings if you remind me when I go back to town. Streamer's lying? No, I know it's true. Personally confirmed it. we like the sweater, streamer. What ramp up did I use? Attack boost 4. Attack boost 4 is pretty good. Why did I do this? Oh, that's right. It's because I don't remember, because they move the buttons around. I don't know why they do this. Am I hitting on you? Are you blushing? Is it working? This is an okay, I mean, blast weapons in general, like okay general use Insectlaves. I'm not gonna pretend that it's better than Nargacuga outside of like rampages where you need to have stuff. I like evasion though. Damage is sad compared to Fire Charge Blade. It'll get there. Oh shoot. I couldn't tell there was like a real roar in that. That makes me really sad. Oh, we're gonna go for this wing. The wake up. It's not a lot of damage. Come on, little bug. So this is starting to look slightly better. Wow, that was a quick thing. I look like Samus? Yes, it's got a little bit of a look like that, doesn't it? You have a lot of points? You haven't watched in a long time? Maybe you've just been building interest. Or yeah, I mean, maybe you just bet doubt. I mean, you get one free lottery play a day on the Switch, right? Or is it 3? 3 with amiibos. Almost got it. I didn't realize you could use that move in midair. That's kind of cool. This is, I think it's called the Magia Staff. Pretty sure it does use bug parts. Is Rise better than Monster Hunter World? It's got some really interesting fights. Just go into this. But I mean, it doesn't have as much content as Monster Hunter World. But the content it does have is really fun. The end game isn't as long as World. You know, you're probably not going to get like 1,000 hours out of it. But I'm excited to see what they're doing with the combat. And after Sunbreak comes out, it might be better. Yeah, no, Twitch is broken, snakes. Twitch is broken right now. So. Where are my claws? All meldings are complete. You know, I almost regret that because that means I need to go back to the pot. Wait. Since when have I been able to do Rampage? Do they give tickets? When you talk about world, do you refer to as plain world or Iceborne? Iceborne 2. I want random decos. I want random decos and random talismans. And I want you to only be able to get them by doing quests. Yeah, I'm sick. One more claw. It shows up randomly? I haven't been paying attention. I don't think I've ever done that. Does Singlet ever get white? Not easily enough. Fight with egg? I need to break the arm. This is actually a pretty good talisman for what it is I need to do. I mean, that's just it, Akamatsu. Like, it just adds, like, a lot of endgame stuff. I'm not saying... Ooh! That's, like, identical to my evade extender, except Divine Blessing instead. Big fan of my sweater? Thank you, Cool It Guys. Big fan of you, too. That's fine. I mean, I already have a good protective polish charm, so, like, that's just kind of okay. But it's definitely nice. Like, on emergency monsters, that might be nice for certain setups that don't need evade distance. But I think in general, I prefer evade distance. That's worth keeping. I don't know if I will ever use it. That could be good on a bowgun. Maybe. Almost a quick sheath 3. Although I don't know if I'd use it. Random Deckers is not a good endgame. Rise mostly designed it so you can slap together decent playing back and forth from work on the train. I'm not saying it's a good endgame. I'm just saying it extends the length of the endgame. I mean, you can make the argument, and it's true that that's like artificially lengthening the game, and they should just have enough content and quests and stuff that keep you coming back. And you'd be right. There's just my low rent version of like what something that could be done though. I hate this. I hate this so much. Guiding lands are pretty fun. They were fun to mess around in, for sure. Added as like just like another thing within the context of this game, like I would be down with it. The more things you can have running in tandem to have you doing like mixed variety, the better. We'll use some of these Defender 9 tickets. We've got plenty. Yeah, that's so many. I'm not worried about running out. Cool, he just picked up a Palico Ruby. Rare drop. Maybe I'll drop this charger here. I feel like I like having 1 point. Alright, I really need full stun resistance. It's kind of crazy not to go full stun resistance. Grinder, grinder, steadfast, steadfast. Yeah, I mean, alright, so like, Guiding Lands day 1 was pretty brutal. Like, it took like 8 hours solo to like level it up all the way. But even still, it was still stuff to do. How do you guys do your lobbies, Fire Cannon? Do you guys rotate, or do you usually like select the quests for everyone? You think of Guiding Lands stole a bunch of ideas from Animal Crossing? You want to slam the villagers into walls and pick up shinies from them? You're much higher than them, and you just let them decide? That's fair. Do you use like a little bit weaker gear to not overpower everything, or do you go full like nuts to butts? Cat dual blades? That's fair because, you know, they're powerful, but they're not like really overpowered. This makes me sad. I should probably take a fish. I'm going to die. Nuts to butts is a great expression. I'm glad you like it. It lags so much. We're going to go for the other claws. How many quests in Village? I think it goes up to 6-star. Definitely getting really lucky on some of these delayed wake-ups. Ready. Oh, come on. I mean, I'm just happy that Rage Slash ignores roars, right? Lucky. Although we're still gonna have to track down the goddamn Zamites. Although there might be, God help us, there might be a quest for that. It's a shame the Chameleos Longsword is the Chameleos Longsword and doesn't have like a sliver of poison on it. I had the cat buff too? Oh, that's great. What weapons do you think got the best switch skills? As in like, no matter what you switch to, everything is good? Insect Glaive has one of the worst switch skills. Recall Insect. Apparently it's good, like, defensively, but I don't know, man. Switch X, everything feels good. Sword and Shield is actually pretty good, too. Charge Blade, kind of. I don't really like the SAD spam. Somebody wanted to see my layered. This is the layered. And then, can I change the armor? Pigment is just whatever that orange color is. Dual Blades is great damage. The thing is with Dual Blades is like, Feral Demon Rush is so much better that I would say that's kind of a bad switch skill. Gunlance is good. Yeah, Gunlance is pretty good across the line. It's probably like low rank, oh, Meaty Hide plus. Aerial Dual Blades? I mean, they're good if you want to turn your brain off. Yeah, I don't know. Like, personally, I just don't know that I'm a huge fan of all the dual blade switch skills. It feels like there's some very solid options, and then some options that feel less good. Let's see. Did they not put the Zamites on the map? Come on. Yeah, no, Heavy Bowgun got kind of memed on. Was it Healing Wyvern Snipe? I think the counter's always there, yeah. What are your thoughts on arena race mode, where you and your buddies get adjacent arenas and race to kill first? I used to do that with buddies on a podcast a long time ago. That's exactly how Monster Hunter tournaments are run too. Yeah, it's fun. In the Monster Hunter MMO, there was a actual feature that was set up for doing arena time attacks. These are the only guys that give meaty hides, right? I don't think anyone else gives them. Is there a point of Serene Pose? Is Serene Pose the counter on Longsword? I don't know. You've got so many other counters. It's good damage for some stuff. If you plan on just using your gauge, if you were using like Sakura Slash, I could see it being useful. MH Alec, hello. I'm doing pretty well. How are you? Because the Sakura Slash would be able to build the gauge. The only issue is like it has a long recharge, so you'd absolutely have to run Wirebug Whisperer 3. Yield Teamwork Cast, Monster Hunter Podcast. Someone could mod arena time attacks in. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's just hard on PC. It's hard to have trust. Especially in the Western player base. Like, so many people like to just flagrantly cheat as badly as possible. Even on the Switch, too. Feels bad, man. But I guess if you're playing with friends, you don't got to worry about that. Although there was a time my brother and I were playing, not Age of Empires, Age of Mythology. It was me, him, and his roommate in college. And we were playing, and like we both have some RTS experience. And it's like 5 minutes in, and the guy just comes in and just like completely steamrolls us. Like, man, how did you econ so hard? That's crazy. Yeah, and so of course he won. But the funny thing about that game is it had this one feature where it would allow you to go back and like watch like a full replay of the game. And we're like, we're going back to see what he did, and it's just like his money just keeps like going up. It just like instantly starts plopping down buildings. So flagrant. Flagrant. Dead by Daylight cheating is terrible right now. What are people doing to cheat? Cheating against your friends? Not even like random internet strangers. Like that I can almost kind of understand. But like against people, like you gotta sleep in the same room as that guy. Sleep with one eye open, buddy. I think we're gonna make this weapon. This one's probably pretty good. That's a lot of raw on there. I mean, modding a game so it has like different and diverse content. I think that's kind of neat. I am not putting points into water. Sorry. Mizu weapons look great, dude. Cheating is bad in Halo Infinite as well. This feels bad, man. Armor Sphere stack is looking okay. Money is holding up barely. Remember in Unite, people gave away cheated Palicos? I remember that too. I never got one, but I heard about it. But I guess they were one-shotting monsters? I mean, they must have been totally hacked for that, right? Big difference here is the Divine Blessing does have a level 3 slot. I might... Do I need that? No! Really? What's a good way to get lots of armor spheres? Are you doing your options? Are you doing optional subquests? You'll be rolling in them eventually. People in Tribe would one-shot Latrin by kicking it? Wow. Time for Sinister Greaves. I think I might like the Kushala Helm better. It's hard to decide. Oh, wait, not the... It's like the Kushala Greaves, right? Things have handicaps on them. Maybe I'll do the Hunter chest. Oh, wait, no, I can't do the Hunter chest. Any bow builds? Not on the PC save yet. We'll get there soon, though. Probably tomorrow. Joined a hunt the other day and a guy one-shot Apex Arzuros. Damn. Too addicted to shrapnel heavy bowgun? I know. It's really just sad. So I've got maximum might. So that gets us up to 35, 65, 2 points of tenderizer. No crit boost. Oh, 1 point of crit boost. What a broken ass set. How much quick sheath does it even get us? $50. Something like this? Honestly, this is a kind of a difficult longsword to make work. If I'm making it for weakness, exploit, charm, is Moonbow or Mystery better? You always want Wisp of Mystery. And then when you get too many talismans, you use Rebirth. Is there a report feature? Not that I know of. Definitely gonna need 3 grinder. Does the rarity talismans matter for rebirth? I don't think so. Coil Twitchbot, thank you. Only Wisp 2 and Smiking. I mean, if you just want to get, like, a charm that has that skill on it, you can do the first 3. But it's not going to be a good one. Was the USJ event in World? Yes. Was it good? It came out really late in the life of World, and it didn't really give us anything particularly amazing. It was like a critical element set. Kind of. Weakness exploit 1 with a 2-1 slot? That's pretty good. That's very usable for a while. Wasn't okay for bow? It was okay. It was just so late into the release. It wasn't like it saw a ton of use. Yeah, I don't know the exact calculation for the charm tables between those 2 last options. Apparently, like, the remelding one can sometimes get you slightly better charms, but there's not much you can do about it. You got to have the charms to get that. It almost sheaths too quickly. Wild. Been waiting for PC Rush Wild, Super Excited and mouse and keyboard controls. They're there. I don't like to play my Monster Hunter that way, but it does exist. Do I have the fish up? Okay, I had my fun, Teostra. Oh! Not fast enough. I would recommend using a controller, too. So what is my talisman? The Divine Blessing. Trying to think if there's any other thing I can do. One thing I shouldn't be doing is rolling, but I guess I don't think Special Sheath actually takes up any stamina. Marcelo, I can show you in the menu where you can change the button prompts. Actually, I might be able to show you right now. Controller button icon under game settings. Does Divine Blessing stack with Dango Defender? Pretty sure they do, yeah. Thank you. You're gonna start your download before you go to work? I believe in you. Yeah, gyro in general is just wonderful. I don't know that I use it for wire bugs, but I definitely use it for bow. The thing Ichinose was thinking when he approved the weapon? I think this is the weapon he wanted to make. All according to his calculations. Oops. Oh, I landed it anyways. And only protective polish too feels kind of bad. Maybe I should just stick with glue on this weapon. I don't know. It's hard to have everything. Sometimes I've gotten really good quick sheath talismans though. Like I think I've seen like quick sheath 3 with like a level 3 and a level 2. I've got something like that on my Switch save, I think. I almost screwed that, dude. Longsword doesn't need a nerf. Oh. Nerf Rajang. Dude, he's winning. He's fighting and he's winning. No, Rajang. We'll show him. What's the name of that fish? That's gourmet fish. Take any fish and cook it in the motley mix in the canteen. Bow needs a nerf? I don't know that the weapons really need to be balanced like that. My only thing is, like, if a weapon's not fun to play, that should be addressed. That was a little Rajang, wasn't it? Yeah, I mean, I kind of agree with you, Guardy Elf. I mean, balancing it is better. Like, if it's too powerful where, like, doesn't even feel like you're playing, like, a real weapon. You got a gem. Is the Argosy the only way to farm honey passively? Because you remember World Having a Plantation thing? It's the same thing, it just looks different. It's technically the same thing, though. Longsword should heal on hit. Why am I not healing with my longsword? How has this happened? Where's my health augment? Could you imagine if health augment was on this longsword? Well, I'm glad I put all this work into making a longsword and then feeling completely disgusting when I actually used it. That was very cool. I think I'm going to make the water hammer now. Take a gander at my ball. And we're going to fight Tio again. And it's going to be a very different fight. Still haven't made bow. I got the helmet. Like, you gotta give me credit for that. Dude, I got so many orbs. Praise orb. Oh, jeez. It's like every time I need to go and... When will you Mitsus learn your lesson? Only crits heal? Oh my god. What if they made health augment, but you only healed on negative crits? That's pretty good. I would like that. Yo, an actual Capcom creator. Listen, dude, you're working on a mod for SB where you put a whole new monster, weapons, everything. If it works, I can theoretically put any monster, and I'm really excited. Of course, it's going to be hard as heck, but it's going to be crazy if it works. Malzeno official. I mean, there's some stuff that people are doing in my Discord where we're moving monster abilities around on each other. So there's work being done. Any good light bowgun sets? I don't have any made yet. I resist. All right, I'm going to show it. Okay, I normally say I play all the weapons, but I'm just going to show it. I'm going to show you my guild card. You see those star rankings? Those are official star rankings for all the weapons in the game. There, I said it. Okay? And I'm not ashamed to admit it. Official. Not Lance's 2-star. Sword and Shield at 2? It hovers between a 2 and a 3. Lance should be 1-star, not true. Oh, can I give it a 0? Hold on. There we go. Fixed. Fixed. What the crap is that photo? That's me staring down the Melder cat. Hammer's a 3? I will accept hammer at a 2. Longsword at 2? I will accept longsword. Now that light bowgun is 0, longsword can be a 1. Now longsword is a 1. No, light bowgun is 0 stars. No 3-star light bowgun? What a noob. Oh my god. It's the proof I'm not a noob. Switch axe is a 4. If it could get a 4, it would get a 4. If Charge Blade could get a 4, it'd get a 4. If Greatsword could get a 4, it would get a 4. Dual Blades actually are almost a 2, but I'm going to leave them at a 3 because I like them. Gunlance is a 3. Gunlance is a 2. Can we see the weapon usage chart? How do I look at that? I've used light bowgun once. My rating system is actually perfect. And that was one time too many. Bow is extremely powerful. Is this based on fun to play or my opinion on viability? My word is law. It is absolutely not viability. It's more fun. This is like in gaming magazines in the 90s, there was always this like score that was like fun factor. And like it would go from like that to that to that to that. And then the guy's hair would set on fire and he'd be like, ah! That was like that. And that's Charge Blade in this game. And Greatsword. You can argue with me all you want. But you know I'm right. 527, I saw the TikTok once. All of my knowledge about the 90s came from TikTok. Because that's my favorite social media website that I check on the regular when I'm not streaming. Sounds pretty believable, right? Still playing Greatsword as you did in World? What should you change? Get yourself some Rage Slash. That's what you need. We were gonna check good luck, weren't we? You're 27, you don't know what a TikTok is? What can I say? I am so young and knowledgeable about young people things that I just instantly go to my favorite social media website, TikTok. So, sorry that you're too old to miss out. And me and all of my other totally early to mid-20s friends also check TikTok to find out what life was like in the 90s, and we laugh at it. We're like, wow, look at that, a magazine? Who would ever buy and read a magazine? That's so weird. Is that like boomer TikTok? That's pretty cringe. One claw? 2, 3. Hey, that's actually going kind of fast. If I choose a favorite weapon without the series, what would it be? Greatsword. Probably Greatsword. Closet bullying myself? No, not true. Good luck. Where is it? Brigade Coil, okay for it? Switch Axe is the Razor flip phone Monster Hunter. That's not true. Check what it costs to make the decos? Can't be that bad. Yeah, dude's McCool26 totally gets it. An Almudron orb? Oh, that sucks. I don't want to do that. I use WhatsApp to message? No, we use Line. Because it has stickers. That's really annoying. Good luck. I think I had one. Or had one? I hate reading. I think I might have melded it. Because I thought it sucked. Because it used to suck. What is a good longsword and armor for HR6 to progress through to the further endgame monsters? Do you have any tips? HR6, you could fight Nargacuga, right? Can you add me on AOL Instant Messenger? Dude, check me out. 4-digit ICQ number. Don't at me. Make Nargacuga. Okay. Get yourself, Barioth. Barioth head and chest. Barioth helm. Anjanov Tacit. And then I guess you could use like the ingot greaves. Thank me later. Decos and stuff, don't worry about it until like you're in the end game. Don't worry too much. I'm not sure if you were like paying attention for all that, but hopefully you got some of it. People still use Snapchat? There was a period of time in my life where I thought Snapchat was made exclusively for perverts to send pictures to random, like, their random friends of, like, their naked bodies. And part of me still believes that that is actually what it's still used. Is controller better than keyboard and mouse? Yeah. Pretty much is. Because it was? Oh, there you go. Like, I want to take a picture of my balls and send it to my friends, but I want to make sure that they don't have that photo forever. Yeah, I can't really play for a long time on mouse and keyboard. It's just porn Vine? Snapchat keeps your nudes forever. Seems like a good business model, not gonna lie. Why am I always teasing you with butthole? Just send us the snap, streamer. We promise we won't save it. Need to break your other stop moving. You've enjoyed this chat about ancient things that you definitely don't understand as a young and hip person? I never understood all the people screaming about integrity in gaming journalism, but to be fair, I think there probably was like a lot more professionalism back in the day. The gaming magazines. Is there any reason to kill over capture? There are certain rewards that are better from killing. That's it. Okay, I'm like the most cope person you'll ever meet, but even I will not put the water rampage skill here. I gotta go attack boost. It's not a great hammer, but it's like, it's not awful. You might not have enough bug parts. Please have enough bug parts. Oh, thank God. The scaling for water is so bad. It needs to, like, get boosted by other things. It's the opposite. Gaming magazines and websites were much more biased to the advertisers back in the day. Maybe it's always been a shill the whole time. What is the worst, best hammer in the game? I have no idea how to answer that. Yes! So much better. Anything that's not like Nargacuga or I think we wanted an extender. There was this story supposedly that Bobby Kotick from Blizzard Activision wanted to buy IGN to start shutting down like unfavorable reviews. The ball's on this guy. Let's put one flinch free in just to like be safe. Not gonna have Wirebug Whisper here, but that's fine. Really? I don't know what to use with this. Oh. Obviously. So I Bezos bought the Washington Post? I don't know about that. He could have bought much more critical things against him, you know? I mean, the Washington Post is a joke anyways now. It's like, it reads like a blog more than it reads like an actual newspaper. It's very odd to me. A significant other did game writing for a major website, and they were paying her $8 per 1,000 words? Jesus Christ. That sounds terrible. Time for another Tio. Still thrusting the elemental builds? I mean, it is not good. But it's not bad either. How long till we get a crit lip build? You might be waiting a while. I did buy the sweater, yeah? I like fighting Teostra. I hope this fight goes better than my last fight. My last fight was a little sad. Mixie Lock, hello. What do you think of this sweater, Mixie? Like everybody else has been commenting. I'm happy that the green actually shows up. Makes me look like a 0.1%. What is this new arc where everybody thinks I'm some sort of like bougie multi-millionaire that lives in a mansion with like 4 living rooms and like 7.5 couches? It's the couches? Chat is a reflection of streamer. I mean, both of my living rooms have couches that we paid for brand new. I guess that does feel very privileged to have been able to do that. Fat children's toy sponsorships? Warped is not for fat children. Warped is a zany, enjoyable show available for all ages. Elemental Dual Blade's any good, or just go Valstrax Narga and done? Depends on the matchup. Depends on how good you are at hitting the head, too. I would have expected that to be more damage. That's fire. No maids or a butler. I don't like that he's... Let me eat my fish! Thank you. No! It keeps going! should grab this wire bug. This is ambitious. The ringing on this hammer is kind of neat. I will never not water strike. Give it to me! It's not working. We're gonna do this first, because I don't think he does like the little head wiggle at the end. What was the hammer move that staggered the Teostra? Could have been Water Strike. Was it Water Strike? He's too fast for my waddling. He's really staying in fire mode this time, too. Your name is Chukabaris and you're addicted to wet fish? Wet fins or wet fish? Where do you get them? Who's your dealer? I feel like 388 damage isn't bad. Like, I know it gets better, but it seems like okay damage. Poor Rakta. You love my sweater? Thank you. That's very nice of you to say. No! Ah! Guys, I'm trying so hard to do more water strikes. Rathian Sword and Shield is like arguably one of the best, if not the best, Sword and Shield in the game, Chuck Boris. So don't feel bad about it. Am I sitting today? No, am I Gunshin? Do I look like I'm sitting? I'm not sitting. see my hammer build later? It's just for fun. Don't tell all your friends that you're gonna start running elemental hammer. They might make fun of you. Same deal, I'm gonna use this to start. Can I sit down to prove I'm not sick? I don't know what you want me to do. Oh, nice. You live in the hottest part of Brazil. Does it never get even like a little chilly? So, yeah, how about that? Got him that time. We're easily done. You gotta be careful. Not the smoothest hunt ever, but then again, I whipped probably 10 water strikes that I was going for. What the hell did I just do? What is wrong with me? Literally sundowning on stream. I don't know what those inputs were. Extremely senile moment. Level 2 Razor Sharp and level 2 Bludgeoner? I think I got the same one. Like, what are you gonna do with that? Hey, another Teo gem. I don't really know what I'm gonna do with that. I don't really have any plans. Got all the items to the third Summering Crest. It's not letting you turn it in. You're stuck at 2? Are you sure you got them? Has Rise been fun? Yeah. Oh, you gotta talk to Rondine, I think. Like, go to your side quests, take a look at it. King Rhino, 3 Rock Roses, and 3 Bismuth Prisms. King Rhino's in the flooded forest. Rock Roses in the desert area. I forget where the prisms are. Those are the things in the volcano. It's like, that's the rare one. You can find that above the forest camp. That guy, Leon, hello. Oh, we're gonna make the water charge blade. Why didn't I make that? Why did I make the water hammer instead? Your dream talisman is attack 3, bludgeoner 2, slot 3, 1/1. Holy crap, dude. What are you doing? Level 2 tremor resist, level 2 evade. With a 2/1. Tremor resist isn't that helpful. My views. Time for more claws. It never ends. You play on the Switch? I mean, just keep playing. Easy. Just never stop. Why aren't there any Apex Mizu Rampage SOSs? There should be. I mean, you could post one. Any light bow gun or bow runs today? I was ever going to see bow and bow gun. I don't think there's any problem with playing on the Switch. Leave me alone. Lunatic Metronome, thank you. Subnormal and Burt 360. Enjoy. We'll do an Apex Mitsu. Actually, we're gonna be brave. We're gonna try Super Apex Mitsu. I actually have not beaten it yet. Nope. No, not obeying any redemptions on this one. Sorry, you're out of luck. No, I don't think I've beaten the event one. This is still 0 for 0. Are we calling me a coward because I'm using Fortify? I'm planning on dying, and yet I'm going into battle anyways. That sounds like the opposite of a coward. So what does that have to say? Oh, coward for not using redeems? Oh yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I mean, I'll take that. Weird. Thought I pushed the button this time. Wow. Normally I would have thought that would have done a lot more damage. I'll show you, coward. No! so bad. It's so bad. I mean, the timing was right. It was just the positioning. Oh, damn it. Okay. No, you're still mad. I'm sorry. I thought you were going to roar at me. I'm not sure if that was the best timing for that, but I'm glad I did it. Oh, I didn't have the bug. Oh, that was my bad. Roll roar? Normally you want to Shoryugeki the roar. I'm almost positive you cannot guard point with roar. You have to hunt and capture this later? I mean, you get to capture like the little brother. This is Apex. They cannot be captured. I'll take that. Wow, he didn't even flinch. You're in a 3 or 4-star quest now? Oh yeah, I remember that quest. That wasn't very effective at all. I gotta be getting close to another KO, right? It's so shameful with like when I'm after taking one hit, like just like the absolute scamper away of pure cowardice. Oh no. Just getting the extra fortify. It's not, this is not a normal Apex. This is like the super Apex. The emergency tier. I have the Mega Push and IV Drip. Dude, I want Max Potions so badly. You've no idea. No, you've got a pretty good idea. Don't judge me. Don't judge me. Don't judge me. No laughing. Don't stop it. Stop. You would have done the same thing. No, emergencies are stronger than ATs. I was scared, okay? I was afraid. I don't have any cards left. Oh god. Survivable with double fortify, by the way. Wait, no, why did you wake it up? That didn't help much. Looked cool. We're getting somewhere. And literally not getting insted with double fortify is a very big deal. I wonder if defense... I hate to say it. I wonder if defense 6 would save you without fortify. Still might need a defender proc. Only one way to find out. Dude, early on when there were like no good decos in the game, there were a lot of people running like defense 6. Valstrax's armor has really high natural defense. Please eat at camp for safety. I'm going to be very brave. You run defense 4? Nothing wrong with that. No, 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 no. What were you aiming for? Dude, these quests are so much fun. Holy crap. Woo! Defense is level 1, yeah? Flawless? Oh, hold on. That was not flawless. I mean, thank you, but no, there were definitely a couple of things there I could have done better. Have you done hunts without palicos? It's actually like significantly harder without your buddies. They add a lot of damage, and the status like is a huge damage opportunity as well. Actually, there's no emergency Apex. There's only like the double Apex Diablos. A gun lance to use to learn with? Rathian gun lance? The parasol move from the dog? What is that thing? It's the guard umbrella? It's pretty good. That's a lot of heavy armor spheres. It's the first time I picked up trap books, I guess. I don't know. What are you judging me for? Then we need a Mitsu Claw. This is like a most hardcore way to get a Mitsu Claw possible. What? Wait, what happened, Cool It? Had somebody running around collecting the entire time while we're fighting an Apex Mitsu? I mean, not being meaner. I mean, if they're not in the quest contributing in any way, I don't think there's anything wrong with kicking them. I mean, that's not a behavior that should really be encouraged. So does Rampage just give like a good mix of scraps and stuff? Some of these parts look like they're actually pretty good though for melding. Running desperately low in Lagnia apples. Was the mic always there? This mic? Yes. The mic is always there. I gotta talk into something. Trying to think what I want to use on Apex Bear. Gonna go to grocery already? Good luck. Maybe his hit zones change when he gets enraged and he takes like more fire later on. Rage slash, no fear. No, all right. I don't want anyone saying no balls. Massive balls. Have a good night, Papaya Apple. Uragon Pallium to max the hammer in world? Come on. You know I'm gonna die. Like 100% extreme death incoming. Not safe for Twitch. Get rid of this charger. I honestly, as sad as it is, I want to like drop some venom for like defense. It's so sad. I'm not gonna do it. I technically don't need speed sharpen. I'm not gonna run out of sharpness that quickly. When does it get good again? Never. Three? Get 3 in there. If I was Omega Coward, I'd also use the Valstrax set. Crown Hunt when? I've never really done too many, like, crown farming on stream before. I'm not sure if it makes great content. I like switching up the hunts and the weapons. I feel like when you're doing one thing for too long, like, not only is it boring for me, but, like, it must be boring for you guys. Streamer, hunt a new monster. I'll use poison when sleep exists. I actually tried out sleep Rampage Greatsword. It's not good. Do it! Dude, why is he sparing me? Gunners never get boring. They don't get boring because they start boring. 4-person sack farm stream. Oh, we survived! Get out of there! That was with Rage Slash. That was with it. Didn't matter. Unreal. Light bowgun when I triple cart? No. Hey everyone, I beat the Apex Bear. I just used my rapid slicing ammo. Thanks. You won the hunt, but you lost the war. Dude, I've got defense 3. Now we've got defense 3 and fortify, though. I should really have, hey, we're up to 500 defense. That's like almost as much defense as Valstrax does normally. Oh! We survived! No, no, get out of there! Get out of there! Get out of there! No! Oh! Spy that die. Get tossed around like a rag doll. Not dead though. Ah! Should have dived and not rolled. Yeah, this is the emergency, yeah. How can I join a specific monster in SOS? You're sick of random? Just you gotta select the quest, dude. There are certain ones that are hard to join through SOS, like Basil and Valstrax are annoying, but everything else you should be able to do. Modding Rise is a nightmare? I mean, I remember people saying Resident Evil was a harder game to mod. Like, it's possible, it's just hard. The RE engine doesn't make it easy. Don't you gotta do, like, scripting or something like that? Dude, yeah, the real Chad play is SOS emergency. I mean, that's just gonna be a failure. Percent increase in HP and damage for emergency events. Doesn't feel like a huge increase on the monster's HP. Damage feels like twice or greater. Yeah, Steel Mage Charge Blade is really fun. What switch skill are you using for like the charge? The weapon charge? The thing is like cheating mods are like not only the most popular because people like to cheat in video games, I guess, but also they're pretty much the easiest, right? I mean, it doesn't change anything hard. It's just a number somewhere. Please no, God. Favorite monster fight so far? I really like Mitsu in this game. I want like an emergency normal Mitsu though. Apex Mitsu is fun, but I think I like the moveset of normal Mitsu better. Tio is really good too. Oh, yes. Gasarag is really good too. Gasarag with bow and dodge bolt is actually heaven. So many relic. No. Like, Apex Mewtwo is still a lot of fun. I just like normal Mewtwo better. That's all. Very well-designed monster. Most of the monsters in the game are well-designed. There are some that are probably well-designed, but you never know because they just die too quickly. Like, Tetranodon could probably be really interesting. Made a bit stronger, faster, or something. Oh! No, no, no! Ah! We survived. I don't know how. Maybe he wasn't enraged. Oh, he's running. Yeah, like an Apex Kazoo. Although I don't know if I'd want to fight it. Would be interesting. Ask Ketchum? Zinogre's right here. He's like right here. Noliosis, hello. You like the sweater? Thank you. Toby's a great fight. Yeah, Toby's a lot of fun. That's a pretty big Jinoga, yeah. Well, he actually got the KO. That's funny. Any elemental glaives I like? I've got a spreadsheet of them. The only insect glaive that I felt like didn't have a good element was fire. Everything else, you do have stuff that actually competes with Nargacuga. I'd have to check my spreadsheet, though. I mean, obviously for anti-aquatic, it's like having the Zinogre anti-aquatic is incredibly powerful. For anything you do in a hunt, like having 10% extra damage. No! You made the anti-Safar. Do you run handicraft on that? For Zinogre? If it takes 2 or less, yes. If not, I don't know. I'd have to check. Could depend on your talismans as well. I'm totally going to make the Zinogre hammer eventually. Klavitz, the True Charge Slash has a switch skill for Rage Slash, which makes you heavily resistant to being knocked back, and makes it so you deal extra damage if you take damage. Why not the Narwa Hammer, though? That might be better on, like, Basil. But, like, the main Thunder Weak monster I'll be fighting is probably going to be Mitsu, just because I like fighting it. Although I should probably make a Narwa Hammer just for Kushala, I guess. Although, debatably, Poison Hammer is better anyways. Shogun will have an Apex? Probably, yeah. We're going to get Apex armors? I feel like if we were going to get them, they would have given them to us already. Why is it only 5 Defender 9s? That's pretty cheap. That sucks. How do you hang in the air like that? I mean, it's new with this game, so like, don't feel like it's like some ancient technique that you've never seen before. Just hold the A button or B button when you're in the air. Like, one button is evade, not that button. That just makes you hop in the air. Wire bugging it. What's the point in Apex besides more challenge? Is there better rewards? So the Apex itself, you need those parts to make the Rampage weapons. So for him, you need the Apex Beast Claws just to get the one. Then Rathian. Then Ibushi. Then Apex Mitsu. Then Apex Rathalos and Diablos. And then Apex Zinogre and Rathalos for the final one. They give more Lazarite, but you can get Lazarite from other things. But yeah, I mean, you know, the emergency ones are just really hard versions of them. Zinogre gets attack 2, Thunder 2, and anti-aquatic. It's the anti-aquatic. I mean, that's what they're good for. Is Rampage the best weapons at the moment? Depends on the weapon. As far as I remember, it's still technically the best raw greatsword in the game. But in a lot of situations, there's a weapon in the tree that ends up beating it. Can you explain why Element is better for weapons that have more hits? Yeah, I could do that. So, the way elemental damage is calculated is it's applied every time you hit the monster. So you see, like, whatever, we'll use the Geld Soul. It says 43 there. Every time I hit his stomach, he's going to take 43 times whatever his elemental resistance is, which I think is like 20% on the stomach. It's either 15 or 20. I got to check. But, it's pretty good for things that hit a lot. Now, some weapons have weird modifiers, like technically these last few hits have negative affinity, negative elemental modifiers to them. But even still, when you're hitting this much, it's just like a lot of element you're adding. Do you have a YouTube channel on how to play Monster Hunter Rise? Yeah, I got a lot of Monster Hunter Rise videos on my YouTube. Do you got any question? Yeah, anti-air and with Wyvern Exploit are only 5%, which is still good, but like, not broken. I say negative affinity? I'd say negative. So, like when you look at Hammer, I could find it. 33 water is like not a lot of water. And unless you're doing like this weird attack, you're not even getting a lot of hits out. Be like in Rise that should transfer to the next Monster Hunter title, World 2. Wire bugs for movement is a lot of fun. With really tough monsters, I'm even kind of like going on board with like Wirefall Recovery. Is Monster Hunter Rise for PlayStation 5 as well? Nah. It's only for the Switch and PC. Dual blades look cool, but you have no idea how to play them? Maybe I'll do something with air dual blades. I mean, you normally want to have Feral Demon Mode unlocked. Any ramp up rampage skills that are broken are very strong. Yeah, we were just talking about it. Anti-aquatic is incredibly powerful. This weapon right here is a very powerful ramp up skill, which is in demonized mode, every hit automatically becomes a critical hit. Is elemental affected by motion values at all or crits? It's normally not. Some weapons, the dual blades will sometimes reduce the elemental damage. Weapons like the greatsword will sometimes increase elemental damage. Crits, it only is affected if you have an armor skill that specifically gives extra elemental damage with crits. There's not a good enough armor piece in the game yet that gives elemental crit that makes it worth running in this game. Best way to test weapons to find out what to main? The test area has been rather unhelpful. Find a monster you're comfortable with and fight it. Rathian's a really good choice if you're at a loss for which one to do. 4 is usually, in my testing, Timur, unless you've got like the most badass handicraft talisman ever created, 4 is too much. 1 is great. 2 is doable. 3 is a huge stretch. Because then you still presumably have to run protective polish, and that's just like a nightmare. Depends on the weapon type, though. And this is because, like, at a certain point, like, you're getting up to white sharpness, but that could have been points put into, like, crit boost or attack or something else like that. We're going to do an SOS. Is it a must and rise to do Rampage for endgame content? You got to do a little bit. You don't got to do a lot of it. You got to do a little bit. If Zinogre takes 4 handicraft to get white, it's not worth it. Am I using Courage for Elemental Hammer? No. No, even with Focus 3, Courage Hammer just feels really bad. I got maybe one of the worst monsters for paralysis. No, I mean, because it's like, all right, you get double times 30. They need to make it even more. I'm a Rampage main? When I end the stream, I'm going to get on the treadmill and I'm going to start doing Rampages. It's either that or mine. It's whatever I have the least amount of. Hopefully I mean, Hammer's still fine. It's just Impact Crater just feels a little bit too strong. Any tips for preparing for Sunbreak? Probably the most valuable thing is going to be making relevant decorations. That's the only thing that's going to really carry over. Having money, having all of your subquests unlocked, like with 3 submarines and stuff like that. Presumably they're not getting rid of Rampage, so you could make Rampage weapons. Wonder how much damage a PC release did to player count on Switch? Nobody was really playing on the Switch. So, I don't know if there was much damage done at all. That was fast. I jumped into that SOS. He was already beaten up. That was 15 minutes. That was actually kind of long. I don't think so, Light, no. Anyone know how large the weapon box is? Your equipment box actually will get filled with talismans long before it gets filled with weapons. It's kind of messed up. I mean, we're going to be playing on the Switch tonight. Like, a little bit. Yeah, I would gladly trade some damage on Impact Crater for more damage to get added to, like, the Golf Swing or something. Well, we've done much Hunting Horn today, right? Let's see if we can find somebody doing a Valstrax. How's this going, by the way? Is Element good for Switch Axe? Yep. Switch Axe is probably one of the best balanced weapons in the game because you can build it in a lot of different ways and it'll work really well. Even, like, for time attacks, I'll see people that will run, like, still Power File, but they'll still drop Element onto it. So, not saying that's the best ever, but it's definitely used. Your guts.
Just subscribe.
Thank you. Do advanced Valstrax? I didn't think I'd find anybody doing it. Yeah, I mean, the really nice thing about Element is, like, Elemental Up is a level 1 deco now. So, it's pretty easy to justify running it. Right, so when you see something that says, like, on the monster notes, if it says 0, it means they'll take 0% damage. If it says 15%, they'll take 15% of the damage. And you might be saying, 15%? That's almost nothing. And you're right. Normally, Element is a decent or usable hit zone when it's 20. And it's really good when it's 25. Skip that. 0% of the elemental damage. So the way it works is your element and your raw are technically calculated separately and then added together. Oh, oops. Going for it. Yes, we landed it. Crit eye and attack booster tier 2 now. Crit meta is over. If only. Just delete crit boost. Or just tune it down, and it would be fine. What's up with, do you use dual blades depending on monster weakness or elemental damage? Just go raw on everything? Depends on the monster. Usually, the way I think about it is, like, what's the ratio of element to raw on the monster? Like, if it's 45 raw, and then, like, 20 element, that's a really good elemental weapon choice. If you're getting like 60 or 70 raw and like 15 or 20% element, it becomes a lot harder to make a case for it. Thank you for the stream. You're welcome. That being said, I'm an Elementalist, and I will use Elemental either way. You're rarely losing much damage running Element. Is he gonna ambush us? No. To change crit boost, would Drag Growth crits have to be changed as well? Dude, how funny would it be if crits were like 20% and then crit boost brought it up to like 35? That would be enough. Am I playing with Filthy Gunners? I did SOS. This is an SOS hunt. Oh, I almost did it. I was trying to do the perform. How did I not die? Dude, I took that, like, right on my chin. Is this advanced? No, it's the normal one. Dude, I became a red smear so many times. Trying to hard justify anything other than Narga Insect Wave. Depends what your playstyle is. I mean, if you're only doing Tornado Slash forever, Narga Insect Glaive comes out ahead, especially because you're going to get a crit out of it, or a KO out of it. If you're doing a lot of aerial, no, I was trying to perform under it. Elemental Insect Glaive does really well with aerial attacks, because you hit so often. Do you ever get the Sharyugeki the ambush? No. What the hell? That doesn't mean I've given up. That just means I just haven't done it yet. I've seen a video of somebody water striking. I know that's possible. Water striking might actually be the hardest one. Timing on water strike is brutal. Timing for Sharyugeki is actually pretty, like, forgiving. How does Element compare to full Valstrax Narga? Depends on the motion values and where you're attacking, but you know, do you want to play at like 80% health forever? For me, it's not fun to maintain the Valstrax damage. Like, I don't care about the elemental resistance. But staying in Dragonheart is annoying. Does getting a weapon with white sharpness to increase damage only through the white portion of the sharpness stage? Yep. Once it goes down to blue, you get the blue sharpness bonus. And then same thing with green, and then yellow is actually when things start to get really bad. It's okay to be in green for like a tiny bit. You don't have to like freak out. But for the most part, you want to be in white or blue. Unless you're running Bludgeoner. I don't really ever eat for Dango, Weakener, Starpog Platinum, because it feels like it's like... In some cases, it ends up being a useless skill. Like, all Weakener does is it takes away, I think, the highest health roll that a monster can get. It's not, like, guaranteed to make them, like, the weakest possible. Wire strike timing is just like timing the wire bug dodges, such as Switch Charger. I don't know if it's exactly the same. If it is, that would be amazing. Because I'm better at water striking than I am at Switch Charger. Oh, is it the highest 2 roll? It's something like that. I'd be more careful if I were you. Quiet, Suzume! What are the use cases, differences between the hunting horde 2 wire bug skills, besides them costing two wire bugs? I mean, one is used to reposition. The other one is used for lots of damage. The little bug you drop is used mostly on hunting horns that don't have attack up. No, Weakener I don't think changes the crown size at all. I think only Game Changer really does that. Like groveling over here. Literally carried by sticky mains, and I've never been more angry. I've never been more tilted. I was doing my like little dance in front of his beam. That felt pretty powerful. Big day today. Sticky is still hot stuff. There are builds for it. Carried and filtered and beam. Dusted. Slicing, well, slicing should be good if you can land it on the head. He's got pretty ass hit zones otherwise, though. Like, if you hit the arms, it's not going to be very good. Getting carried by randos. I've done it before. I'll do it again. His parts are at least worth a good amount. Do I have everything I need for that Mitsu Charge Blade yet? Like, close to it. I think I've fought them all day. Yes. No? Yes. The Adept Guard? Yeah, that's one I definitely need to practice later. Join the Sticky Bowgun gang. No. I know there's a lot of you out there. It's actually kind of worrisome how many there are. Chirag Destodes. Thank you. Let's see if we can do this. Oh, wow, that is rough, huh? Wow, that's awful, huh? How does anybody ever land that? It just doesn't have a, like, it doesn't feel very forgiving. What's my layered outfit? It's got Almadron helm. My thing is like, I feel like Anchor Rage is always available. Is it, have we measured the frames on it versus Adept in GU? Like, I think it's cool as hell. But I mean, Anchor Rage is almost always available anyways. That's tough, man. At least it sounds cool, right? You have more options than cross sweep after? How do you do the other options? Nice sweater, thanks. What are the other options? Or you mean in GU, you had more options? Feels weird. Not gonna lie, feels weird. Almudron? Hyper Apex Ceregios, hello, how are you? I really want to like it. Like, I really want to use it, but I don't think I can do it. Use the shield charge? Congrats on getting in the creators program. Thank you. I've been making Monster Hunter content for a long time. So I would have been really sad if they didn't let me into the program. Over a decade. Pretty much over a decade. Charge doesn't lose sharpness. If you hit the shield, you don't, yeah? Do you feel the timing is weird versus Sword and Shield? Sword and Shield parry timing is, like, very easy to me. Your Animal Crossing villager is the same sweater? Oh my god. If they don't let prior champions in, there's little hope? It's not like I'm no longer a champion. I just only champion for 2018. Hey, still runner-up in 2020, okay? That's not that bad. That's pretty good. That's like a gold medal and a silver medal. The only time you've affected the Monster community was with the eggs? I mean, there's hope for you to still get in the program, you know. Plans on going to compete in 2022? Do you think there's going to be a competition in 2022? That is very brave of you. That's very optimistic of you. Hello, Jennifer. How was your work day? They need to adapt like other esports have? Well, the funny thing is, like, in their, one of their stockholder briefings, they were saying, like, esports was a big thing, and it was, like, written in a confusing way. So for a moment, I'm like, wow, they want Monster Hunter esports? It just meant that they're thinking of doing more esports with, Street Fighter. You like that sweater? I've gotten a lot of compliments on this sweater today. Everyone likes the sweater. We have matching ones. That was not deliberate. You want to grab it and show it to them? No. Monster Hunter Esports? I mean, the competition for it is actually a lot of fun. I mean, I find it enjoyable. I find it enjoyable to do. I also really enjoy the commentary. When there's good commentary. My sweater matches your socks. That was my goal. Matching headphones? Well, there are good headphones. You gonna like hide behind it? You glad I'm not a spiral thrust enjoyer? I think that, did they say it? There's a good chance that there will be an egg reference in Sunbreak, actually. I think it's a big enough thing that it would get an Easter egg. Good commentators can really make or break an event, too. He's over here, right? HR6 with hammer, do I keep stacking attack 7 armor, or is there better options now? Can you fight Zenogre? Zenogre chest is pretty good for a while. You know, like Ingot Legs, Anjanov Tacit, either Legambi or Rathalos Arms, Zenogre Chest, is it Baroth Helm? Do I have any clue how shrapnel works? Yeah. It shoots out a bunch of invisible projectiles that home in on monsters. Digging this sweater age. We live in the age of sweaters. I feel like it's... Well, the Skull to Waste is definitely good for when you can get it. I wouldn't say it's worth going out of your way for. Because the Anjanov Tacit is just so powerful for what it is. And you'll get your Tenderizer and crit boost later on, eventually later. Blues Clues host? I can confidently say I've got more hair than Steve. Steve went very bald. Full bald. And then he said he went to college. It was very confusing. I don't remember exactly how the Skull to Tacit was, but I do know that the Zenogre chest and the Skull to Tacit were used quite a bit. One 1.0 was kind of slim pickings. For Instaguard, how bad is it if you mistime your guard? Is it like negative guard? Come on, get a space. Come on. Can't shield dash into charge as quickly. That doesn't sound like a really huge side effect, to be honest. I guess that would have been nice there. Dude, Almudron is like already like nearly one of the most hated monsters. I don't think they're going to give us an emergency one. I don't know that the player base could handle it. Where's the Zinogre? Oh. You can double tap the guard for insta-guard. Somebody was saying that you can use it to guard multiple things in a row. Yeah, no, I mean, there was a lot of people complaining about Almudron when he came out. Did I also Agent 47 watergun someone during the pineapple trip? No, the Game of Assassins was not on during that trip. It was only during this semester. It was not during the summer. I mean, Almudron is absolutely like a high skill ceiling sort of monster. His hair looks really weird. This Zinogre. Don't charge up. You once saw a streamer completely avoid Almudron? Well, you gotta fight him at least once. Isn't he like an urchin? Nice view. Very cinematic. Oh, I mean, I'm using his layered chest piece right now. I think it's great. I used a lot of his layered on the Switch as well. I mean, Zero Survivors, I mean, you could go, like, Pierce Bow on anything, and it would be, like, Resident Sleeper. The weapon just deletes things. That was a mistake. Is this advanced? It's Master Usuchi's challenge, right? Best beginner weapon these days? My recommendation is usually hammer. get KOs, do decent damage, learn how to avoid the monster without having to like guard or just run away. Longsword is extremely powerful, but it's a little complicated. Like, are you gonna learn much from Longsword? Really? Longsword seems to have a pretty low skill floor. Longsword mains literally enraged and in shambles. Greatsword's pretty good. Yeah, a Greatsword with like Rage Slash kind of helps. And you'll learn good timing with it as well. I had some good good talismans the last couple days, so this fits. Yep. You feel like Longsword is the easiest weapon in the game? It's definitely the most powerful. Longsword has a high skill ceiling, but it's not hard to use and not timeout. It definitely is a high skill ceiling. Like I could agree with the statement that a good longsword player can do things with it even more so than even a starter longsword player. I'm not saying I'm like amazing. Let's remake this set. Quick sheet. Now the Rampage tickets? No. Everyone says bow is the most OP weapon? Kinda. Preferred way to farm bug parts? They don't explode as often as they used to, but I mean, same way it's always been. Get a poison bowgun. Switch axe is a pretty easy weapon to get into as well. I'd agree with that. Good enough. Would you rank all 14 weapons in order of DPS if asked nicely? I'd rather not. So what does this go? 50, 80? Maybe drop one crit boost for one tenderizer. Elemental longsword? This is Mega Cope. Do not make this. Don't do it. Bottom 3? I'll give you the bottom 1, and that's Gunlance. And that's unfortunate. This is either going to go great or this is going to go terribly. Yeah, it's good for breaking Mitsu Claws. That's true. Does Sakura Slash have better elemental value than Helmbreaker? The thing is with Helmbreaker is like you still hit like 7 times. Like even though it's like 70% element, it's still a good amount of element. It's just way more raw. Insect Grave bottom 2? I don't know about that. I don't know, maybe. Had to be somebody, and Gunlance is cool enough to take it. You know, I like that. I like that attitude. Gunlance doesn't care if it's at the bottom of the DPS list. People will use Blast Dash and just, like, be happy just playing the game. A little too late. I like how that attack has literally 0 downsides now. It's just like free. Gunlance is king? Gunlance is very good. I was making elemental Gunlance earlier and it was still fine. I got part of it. That was fun. Wow. I just mistimed everything. Halix is the best Gunlance by far. Nothing beats it. I think the Chameleos Gunlance is pretty good, no? I don't know. Are they no there's Jagras left? I mean, I made the dog Gunlance, and I would agree it's pretty good. Not ideal, not min-max, but I'm going to do it anyways. Actually, I'll just do this. Not familiar with that one? We'll look at it after this hunt. You tell me what you think. Dog Gunlance was definitely used a lot, though. I mean, if you're doing like an extremely shell-heavy playstyle and Wormstake playstyle, all that really matters then is your shell damage anyways. How does it feel to use the shonen protagonist weapon of Rise? It's like, whenever you want to like take it easy, just relax a little bit, turn brain off, go full smooth. Full smooth brain. I guess it's not full smooth brain. There's definitely smoother brain weapons than longsword. I feel like a big, strong man, use the longsword. What do you guys think about that opener for longsword? The double attack out of the sheath? Do you like it? I'm trying to think if I like it or not. Does Warbig Whisper improve DPS? Depends on the weapon. It's definitely an increase on DPS on like Sword and Shield, Hammer, Hunting Horn. Like I always run it on those weapons. Some weapons don't need it. I don't run it on Charge Blade. Don't run it on Switch Axe. Don't run it on Lance. Oops. Oh no. for capture. How long can you hold the counter? You can hold it for a pretty long time. Was that like 5 seconds? Please read your message? Is chat getting that busy? Do you think I'm gonna need focus or power prolong for elemental switch X builds? Nope. If you really wanted, you could run like, was it the Almadron chest or the Giratotus chest? But I don't feel like you're gonna need it. The thing is you do have to time it. Like, there's an element of timing. But if you're playing power file, I would run full power prolonger. If it were me. I guess for shelling, Chameleos Gun Lance isn't any good, but for slapping things? Slapping the hell out of things? 230 raw is insane. Was it like 238 raw? That's a lot of damage. I should make that. I should make that and slap things with it. Oh my god! Won't you look at the time? I should probably go. Hey, everyone who's here, follow this stream. If you haven't followed it already, I really do appreciate it. Don't leave, follow the stream. Join the Discord if you haven't already. I have a YouTube. I'll be streaming on there again probably tomorrow. We're going to be doing another Twitch stream today. 3 hours? We're going to be playing on the Switch for a little bit, and then we'll go back to PC. I want to see the new event armor. So we're going to take a look at that. All right, I love you. I will see you all soon. Goodbye. All Monster Challenge finished? Nah, we need a new GU. I don't know what we're going to do on YouTube next. Probably another Souls type game, but we'll see. All right, I love you. Goodbye.